We're waiting on you, Princess.
I know. Good morning. I'd like to call the Village Council Work Session Meeting to order September 26, 2024. Show the time at 9:02. And I sure we have a full quorum. First up, we have accept adoption of the agenda. Do we have any changes?
Yes, we do. We need to remove presentation, Union County reevaluation update from Van Harrell, Union County Tax Administrator. He will be rescheduled in October. We need to remove the closed session, recess into closed session pursuant to NCGS 143318111A4 to discuss economic development. We need to remove unfinished business, pavement condition survey update. We need to add closed session, recess into closed session pursuant to NCGS 143318111A3 to consult with an attorney retained by the public body to preserve the attorney-client privilege. We need to add open session following closed session, discussion and consideration of disposal of real property identified as parcel 06225010. We need to add to consent agenda, consider adoption of resolution exempting engineering for the Marvin Branch Stream Rehabilitation Project from NCGS 143-64.31. We need to add unfinished business, consider waiving the two quote requirement and consider awarding contract for an asset inventory and condition assessment survey with AMT Engineering in the amount not to exceed $29,900 and allow manager to execute the contract contingent upon attorney review. We need to add new business, consider adoption of an ordinance amending title VII, Traffic Code, Chapter 74, Traffic Schedules, Schedule 1, speed limits to modify speed limits within the village of Marvin, North Carolina. And all these have already been
Changed in
the
reflected.
system. Yep.
Afraid to ask anything else. All right.
I have a hard stop at 10:40, but I'll come back, return at 11:15.
Okay, anything else? Okay, I need an adoption of the agenda as amended. Motion,
So moved.
all's in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Next up, we have presentations. I'm sorry, I get that? Yeah, presentations from Union County Public Schools on the 2024 bond referendum. Who do we have? Didn't we just see you guys? How are you?
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and to the totality of the council members that are here, the staff that is here, and to the citizens and friends of Marvin that is watching via the live stream today. We're here today. I'm Reverend Jimmy H. Benson Sr., and this is our board attorney and district attorney, Ms. Michelle Morris. I'll do the presentation, and then Michelle and I will stand ready to receive any questions you may have concerning this presentation today. You gonna be clicking for me? Hopefully it'll work for the preacher. I want the record to reflect that I did find some orange to wear for Marvin, and I have my orange shoes on, and I was at the graduation this past June. So I wanted to know that I appreciate your great village. Ready? We're here today to solicit your support for the 2024 bond referendum for the Union County Public Schools. These first several slides, for the sake of time, is just a history of all of the bonds that we've got for construction and renovation projects that the citizens of this great county have allowed us to receive over the years. And we want to say thank you for them that have provided those votes that allowed us. And if we can go to the slide that says bond projections, we can just go there and you can just see the history of all of the projects that have gone on. And currently, the East Elementary and the Forest Hills project, we're really, really proud of how that process is going. This particular bond that we're seeking today is a bond for East Union Middle, a replacement school project, and the Parkwood High School, neighboring high school to you all, for a pre-construction project. And that pre-construction will be everything from the architecture to the plans, permits, all of the things that we can get knocked out before we come in to begin to build. The East Union Middle School replacement school project is going to be great because we're going to take the prior Forest Hills High School. And if anybody has ever been to Forest Hills, you know that it's an old building. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what the architectural geniuses and planners is going to do with that aging facility and as it remodels it for East Union Middle School, allowing both the high school and the middle school to be on the same property and to get East Union Middle School away from Highway 74. So we're really proud of that. And of course, early voting and election day, we're looking for the citizens to support. Next slide, please. Why do we need this bond? Well, we want to address, of course, aging facilities. East Union Middle and Forest Hills, you know, they're built in the 50s and the 60s. And let me pause and say thank y'all for y'all great support the last time we were here. And like those facilities, these are aging facilities. And UCPS has more than 1.1 billion in facility needs. So if anybody knows any multi-gazillionaire that got a couple of $1 billion that they just want to give, tell them to come to Union County and we'll gladly take that gift. The 2024 bond will build on previous investments and provide adequate facilities for our students. Next slide, please. Thank you, sir. And again, this is just some picturesque of what is going on. The East Union Middle School project is going to be approximately $27,567,447. Again, aging. It's going to repurpose, as I Ford mentioned, and it's going to allow both the middle and the high school to have use of all of the athletic fields, football stadium, track, bus parking. They've built a whole nother entrance to Forest Hills, and it's going to be got. East Union Middle School is our ag tech school, so they'll be able to increase size there and provide a growing community for those students that take ag tech. And if you ever want to have an opportunity to see ag tech, visit East Union Middle School right now, and they have a beautiful. They're doing some great work there. Thank you. Next slide. Again, some more footage of the proposed plans and how it would look. And if you look down at the bottom, you can see the ag tech place where they're doing some great work. Again, the Parkwood High School, approximately $10,705,804. It's the original Parkwood High School was built in the 60s. This pre-construction service will include design services for the replacement school, environmental studies, land surveys, traffic impact analysis, geotechnical testing to identify soil and subsurface materials, site development, and construction permits. And we're really hoping that this goes forward because, again, Parkwood and that community down there in Rough Edge is in need of a new facility. So we're hoping for support on that. Again, just some ideas. You can see some of the old and you can see where some of the designs for the new. Long-term capital planning. UCPS has a 10-year plan to adjust capacity, new construction, facility upgrades, and renovations. With a successful bond, more projects will move up on the priority list for capital needs. Such proposed projects include those schools listed there. And what do you know? We did not set it up that way, that Marvin Ridge High would be first on the list. That's just how that is, but just happened to be first. And a field house. A lot of people I know that I'm a big sports guy and I go to all the football games, and the Mavericks have definitely come on strong over the years, but I was really surprised when I went there and we had to meet at the corners of the field. And just in my novelistic mind, why couldn't that have been done at cost? So that was saving some costs. So I'm happy to see that they, along with a couple of the other high schools, will get field houses, and you can see some of the things that are being proposed for futuristic bonds in the future. How can bond funds be spent? As we've said at other presentations, these funds will be spent job specific. Proceeds from a bond issue can only be used for the costs associated with the construction and renovation of the facilities, acquisition of land, purpose of capital items. Bond proceeds cannot be used for teachers, staff salaries, vacations in Las Vegas or Tahiti, which is my dream trip. So this is how the money will be spent. Frequently asked questions, what is a bond? Same as when we were here before this great council. A bond is issued by the local government agency to finance long-term projects. It is the best and most effective way to help us do what we need to do in terms of rebuilding and renovation. Why do we need bonds to renovate schools? Again, it's virtually the same question asked in a different way. School renovation and construction projects are very expensive to fund at one time. Bonds spread the cost of major capital improvements over a number of years. This is similar to securing a mortgage on a home and spreading the cost of home buying over a period of years. What's included in the 2024 bond project list? This bond will invest in pre-construction for New Parkwood High School and a construction project that will relocate East Union. Much of what I've said before to provide assessments and land surveys. East Union project funding will be provided, demolition, additions, and building renovations to accommodate middle school academic and athletic program. It'd be so good to get those middle schoolers to have an athletic area, because if you go to East Union, you really don't have that outside of the gym. How were the projects selected for this particular 2024 school bond? The Board of Education recommended several projects from the long-range capital planning list to the Union County Board of Commissioners and was considered for this 2024 bond referendum. And these are the two projects that were approved by the Board of County Commissioners. What happens if the bonds doesn't pass? The Board of Education will work with the county to develop an alternative plan to address aging facilities, renovations, upgrades, capacity. This will delay capital improvement projects on the long-range planning basis. And as Colin Moore said a few nights ago when we were at the Waxhaw Town Hall, we're not seeking these bonds as if we don't get the bonds, we don't do the projects. No, we're just trying to get these bonds to help assist in the project. We need to do these projects. These projects will be done. The bonds is just the most effective way to allow us to do it. Did you want to, go ahead, please.
Just a statement, if the bonds does not pass, so you might go on with the projects, but it's going to increase your costs, correct?
And time and quite possibly, more money.
Yes. Not likely, but definitely more money if you don't.
more money.
Yeah,
And so,
I have a question. I know late in 2023, the state kind of changed the way that you're required to make your projections for the costs, within the formulas. Does that apply to the school board as well?
I believe you're referring to what we went through, that we were required to give the worst case scenario, meaning the bond was going to be
In terms of the cost?
of cost of, projected at 20 million, we had to put 20 million. Worst interest rate over the last 20 years, we had to put that in. Then we had to present that to the community saying, okay, here's the worst situation or scenario that could happen, and here's how it could affect your taxes. When we knew it wasn't even going to get close to that number or that interest rate at the time. However, that's how we had to present it to the community, which really, I think, was a big part of this thing failing. Our bond, when we went to, because you agreed that is lower cost when you do bonds, you can get more people, bigger projects, more people bidding on them, those sort of things. So we had that similar scenario. I think that's what you're.
Yeah, so were these projections from a cost standpoint formulated with those new
this is
rules?
why we go like the Bible 2 by 2.
Yes, we have a contingency amount that's built in, and on one of the slides, it showed, I think it's $10 million. And that is, I'm sorry, the program, $1 million, 1,148,197, and that's to cover those costs, those potential changes. So that contingency is built into the project.
That's not what they're asking. Why don't we finish the presentation and let's come back to it. You guys may answer the question. So let's let them finish and then we'll come back to the question because it's a good question.
Excellent question, and thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Oh, yeah, we were already on this particular question, which is what generated those questions. So, next slide. What are the current plans for the East Union Middle School building? At this particular time, no decision has been made on the current East Union Middle School building. My child's school is not on this bond. Why should I be concerned about these projects? Well, if we don't have to, but if you were to go back to that slide that listed all those proposals, your child's probably on one of those, or your child was probably the beneficiary of a prior bond. And all we're asking is that you consider these children at these locations as you did your own when you supported those bonds that had an effect on your particular school. What is the estimated tax increase? We can see that big note, but the most important thing is that example down at the bottom. I think it summarizes it perfectly, and it says for each 100,000 in value, there will be an impact of approximately $8, approximately $8 of costs added. When is the vote for the school bond? Of course, November 5th is election day, but at the start of early voting, and of course, for those people that are mailing in their ballots, they'll be voting in some senses it's already began. And we're asking that the good citizens of the village of Marvin help us and join in this endeavor. We have some community meetings coming up. Some have already happened. We have 2 yet to go. And if you want additional information or to see what the community impact is, I would encourage you that Parkwood is October 3rd, close to here, not too far. And of course, East Union is October 17th. So those are some opportunities for the community to come in and hear a presentation. Early voting begins October 17th. And of course, Election Day is November 5th. Voter registration information. If you have any questions about your voter information, you can go to that website and make sure that all things are good as far as your voting status. And with that said, Mr. Mayor, Madam Pro Tem and Council, that concludes our presentation. Ms. Morris and I are here to handle any questions you may have.
All right, so let's go back. Can you go back like to the slide that said $2?
Yeah, and I did check your question, not being in the facilities department, and yes, it does contain the worst possible case scenario when we calculated those costs.
No, it's the $8 one. Go forward. There, stop, there. Okay. So what is the estimated interest rate that you guys are basing this off of?
I can't tell you that. That was, I can find that out. That was what the estimate that was given by the Board of County Commissioners.
Yeah, see, when
Right?
we
That's
presented
the
ours,
question, right?
we
That's-
had to put the interest rate in there, which would be the worst over the last 20 years, the highest interest rate that was awarded over the last 20 years. We had to put that in the bond package for the public to see. And then our numbers for our for the capital that we were trying to raise were pretty high as well. And it's a new state rule that requires that and we were the very first entity to have to do
Okay.
this in the state. So this is why the questions are being prompted, because we were the first guinea pig, and it really hurt our campaign.
No, it's a great question, and we appreciate it. And I know that we'll be able to get an answer in real time. So that's a great,
Yeah,
that's a
appreciate
great
that.
question.
Do you know what your verbiage is that's going to actually be on the bond, like on the referendum for the bond? Like what the actual like when you go to the ballot, do you know what the verbiage? The
When it
ballot
says to
question.
check yes or no. Usually it gives you a description of
Right.
what.
I'm sure it's similar to the prior bonds. I have not personally just sought to see
Okay.
that verbiage.
Yeah,
What is the
because
question around that verbiage do you have?
it's, your guys are going to have to put in there what the interest rate is. And that is way different than any other time that we've ever had to do this. So that's why we're asking. We're just trying to figure out what the interest rate you guys are basing this on. And then when you say it's $8, is that $8 a year?
Yes.
Okay,
It's $8.
Per
Per
100,000.
per 100,000,
per year. Okay,
right,
okay.
Per
So,
100,000.
per
Per
100,000,
Got $1 million house, $80 a year.
Yeah.
$80 per 100,000.
every 100,000.
okay. No, if you guys could just find out what that interest rate is and let us know, that'd be good.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we're obviously a little sensitive to bond, because we.
No,
we
thank
presented
you.
One for the whole community, because we saw an ability to do a bunch of projects.
Just like you did,
Just like
efficiency,
you and stuff,
cheaper,
but
quicker.
All the things that you're talking about here, but the state changed the rules. We were the first one to go through it. And they changed the rules and said, okay, guys, now when you do, it's full disclosure, which we're fine with.
Mm-hmm.
But that full disclosure included.
The
you know,
worst case.
The worst case scenario, like what's the worst situation? How much would we borrow? We put the bond at $20 million.
Mm-hmm.
Then what was the worst interest rate? Then we had to basically take an average home in Marvin. So this could be the worst scenario for your home if you have a $500,000 home. And it was significant, which I think really turned a lot of people off. And it's, we're
Yeah.
It's just a sensitive subject, I think, for.
No, and I'm glad, because the more questions like that, the better prepared we can be at the next stop. So we welcome the question.
We've all been in your position. Sometimes it's not comfortable.
Oh, no, we're absolutely good. I'm one of those never let them see you sweat guys, but this is good.
Yeah, but personally, you're a man of mission, right?
Mhm.
You like to go on missions. You've probably been on a few. I'd like to invite you on a mission with me, and maybe you and I and some of the people at the county could work together to go to the state, because we're one of the few states in the country that doesn't have an impact fee. And that's every time we build and we just bring in more people, there's no impact fee. The developers will tell you, oh, it affects, they pitch it to our people at the state legislature and they say, hey, it's going to affect home building and the cost. It's a pass through. If it affects the developer, they're going to pass it on to maybe that'll slow down the growth and what's happening. Who knows? But at the end of the day, we're faced with, we do nothing, but we allow what's allowed to be built. And then more people come in, that means more schools, more work and costs that have to be done. And we're not doing an impact fee, which would limit, because I swear that you guys were they were just in here
2 years ago.
2 years ago for a bond for whatever it was, the same stuff. And they keep doing, all they keep doing is like, okay, and I get it. We need to improve things and keep things going, but there's nothing happening at the state level. And
To help.
again, what's that?
To help.
To
Yeah.
help. And that's all we're asking. And I mean, it is a pass through to the thing. I'd love to go to the state with you and a bunch of other people from the county or state or anyone to just say, if people want to come here, people want to move here, I get it. But they move here and then all of a sudden the cost is put on everybody that is here. And that is through bonds and all these taxes and stuff, where this could be limited in a sense that we're not seeing it as often. We may still need bonds and I get that, but I'm concerned for how the state operates as well and how it affects our communities individually.
Right. Well, because of your experience, it's going to help us as we go forward to make other presentations, because to date, this hasn't come up yet. So thank you for your question.
That was going to be my next question. Is anybody else raising any of these concerns? Anybody else thinking
Not
about these kinds of things?
In the presentation that I've done, no, and I don't, Ms. Michelle, I don't know if I don't think we have, because if we did, we'd have had your answer already.
I'm
So-
just asking more than anything else, an invite to you and to others that have to go through this to present this, but there's got to be a crusade on the lower level to tell
Right.
the guys that are making the laws. Because again, go look at the country as a whole. Every state, most states have an impact fee, and it affects when you build and grow. There's an amount of dollars that end buyer that's buying that home is going to pay to the developer, that the developer had to pay to the state to build these schools and improve schools.
And it's not just Union County, it's statewide. Every
I-
school district in
I
the
get
in
you.
the
I
state
get
is
you.
having the same growing pains that we
Yeah,
are.
the second you said state.
Yeah, it's-
We get you. I think we have obtained our answer.
We're looking into it.
working on
Yeah,
it,
we're
yeah.
working on it.
Okay, but we will,
This is what happens when you hire outside counsel to handle state matters.
we will
And bond
get
counsel are
you,
working on that.
we will get you that answer, and hopefully we'll get it to you today, maybe even while the meeting is going on, and we can somehow communicate that to you so you can announce it
That'd be great.
to the citizens.
Send it
Okay.
to Austin, he
Yeah.
can announce
All
it.
right,
if
so
you-
make sure
have
I
a-
get your information. So if we get it, we'll shoot it to you, and then so that your question could be answered. Are there any additional questions that you have for us?
One thing about the Parkwood, I think the Parkwood one mentioned that it's for studies, kind of the pre-engineering, all of that, for the potential of the replacement of Parkwood. But I'm assuming that replacement school is still intended for that same property. If, because I know there's other
Yes.
investments that have been made in their fields and different things like that. So,
Yeah,
you
this
know,
is the
it'd
forerunner for
still be
that.
on the same property.
Yeah, this is
that
the
they were doing.
forerunner for
Okay.
that. for that
And then
property.
that construction will be on the next bond.
Right.
Gotcha.
We're planning it every 2 year, hopefully. With the county, we've broken up projects that way.
Yeah. Got it.
And it's helping us. Do you have any additional thing? you'd
I
like
don't
to
have
say?
anything at this point. No, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your
Thank you, Mr.
time.
Mayor, Madam Pro Tem, and council, and again, staff and citizens of Marvin. It's been a pleasure to be with you today.
Thank you.
You need to get, his information.
I left that in the packets.
Do you have his information?
Oh, his name, sorry.
Yeah, so we can, if we get your
Okay,
answer.
next up, we have presentation on proposed comprehensive transportation plan, CTP amendments with CRTPO.
Bjorn, do you want to share your screen or do you want me to start?
If you have the slideshow, you could bring it up, but I'm able to if you don't have it available.
Good morning, Bjorn.
Supposed to save it. So username. Shit. Perfect, thank you. I owe you 5. At 75 an hour, so what, 2 minutes?
Oh, you got the same price, huh?
All right. What are we waiting for?
We're good. I got the
Okay.
PowerPoint. So so yes, we have Bjorn on Zoom. He's going to present and then we'll kind of go over. I know that you guys, I know council's probably been seeing some things on social media and or receiving some questions about this. So staff just want to kind of present, make sure council understood what's being proposed as well as, hear any concerns, questions, comments that you guys may have. So Bjorn, I'll turn it over to you.
Sure. Thank you, Hunter. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. This is something that was initiated by the county in working with the municipalities. This slideshow is our draft of what would go to the Board of Commissioners later in October. So it can be modified if necessary to make it more clear or add other information you think would be helpful. You want to go to the next slide, Hunter? So comprehensive transportation plans, as many of you know, are something that's required across the state. We are covered, you're covered 100%. We're covered primarily by CARTPO. And so we can propose changes to the CTP, but they don't take effect until CARTPO and the NCDOT approve them. So we request, they say, yep, go conduct public comments, analyze it, bring your analysis back, and then we'll chew on the results. We use these processes all the time when we make comments on new developments for maybe road right-of-way reservation or dedication, where we identify our future projects, as well as making comments on the frontage of properties where sidewalks might be required. That's what we use for our reference. And so we've identified some changes to the network that we think would be helpful to result in achieving visions as we corridors cross between different municipalities, and the county has different portions. Next slide. So again, we reference the CTP for when we make sidewalk recommendations. We used to have a map that we're going to get to that was part of a plan that was created in 2014. So it's 10 years old. The dynamics of 10 years ago versus now have changed. We wanted to come up with a newer version, and we thought using the CTP would be better because everyone's a part of it. So you can weigh in with your input the same way we can, and that way we can all be looking at the same thing. So the CTP is really important to maintain and make sure it reflects all of our local input. Next slide. So this was the map that we inherited from the, yeah, that one right there, that we inherited from the comprehensive transportation plan when we adopted it about a year ago. We amended our UDO to reference the CTP. And as we started applying it, we noticed some segments in the Waxhaw area where we're like, well, shoot, we should be requiring some segments here, like say Crane Road, for example. Conversely, we recently had a rezoning on the southwest part of Monroe out in the country where we had to require sidewalks as part of the development, but we knew that it didn't make a lot of sense. So we started looking comprehensively, and we reached out to all the municipalities to find out, were there gaps in this network compared to what they would want to see. A lot of municipalities said we're fine. Indian Trail, Stallings, Monroe, in particular, said we're good. Waxhaw and Waxhaw and Monroe, Waxhaw and Marvin said, yeah, we recognize that if this map's implemented, there's going to be some segments along Waxhaw Marvin, maybe Bonds Grove, Crane Road, that aren't going to be consistent with our vision. So next slide, Hunter. So then we got to, well, let's look at the series of amendments. And this is a screen capture from what went out to the public over the last month for comments. The ones in green are the proposed additions. You can see you have segments of Waxhaw Marvin, you have Crane Road, you have Bonds Grove, short section of Helms on the west side of Waxhaw, Billy Howie south of Wesley Chapel, and then a short section of NC 218 coming out of Mint Hill in Mecklenburg County towards Fairview. And then the sections in red are the deletions. And these are because 10 years ago, the county's vision was that we're going to have sewer in the area. Our land use plan calls for 2-ish units per acre. Therefore, having sidewalks in the area is appropriate. That has changed. The county commissioners saw the impact of extending sewer in that area, didn't want to promote the development that would occur with the sewer. So they revised the plan to take sewer extensions out of that area. The current comprehensive plan for the county calls for 1 unit per acre in that area. So we felt that the sidewalk recommendations were inappropriate for that type of development density. So these are the deletions that were proposed. And then everything else that's on there in the gray is what's already on the map. Next slide. So again, Waxhaw and Marvin agreed. Everyone else said we're good. We said, okay, well, let's take this forward. Next slide. The outreach process we went through was pretty robust. I will acknowledge that the numbers increased towards the end because I reached out to a resident who had responded early on in the process saying they had a petition. And so I said, well, do you mind sending me a copy of the petition so that we can include it in the comment period? She's like, okay. So emailed a little bit, and then she sent it out to other people in terms of what was actually being proposed. Her petition was actually related to the Marvin Greenway bond earlier this year. And so I said, well, do you have a current petition that affects the current proposed CTP amendment? She said, no, but it's the same concept that we're opposed to these things. So I said, okay, we have a copy of that. We did the social media posts, put it out on our Union County newsletter that goes out to tens of thousands of people. We mailed a postcard to all the property owners who were getting additions or deletions. Obviously, the governing boards released this for public comment, and we presented to our land use board at May to open the comment period, and they said, yep, we agree with the changes. And then we went back in September as a part of the comment period and said, hey, we'd like your feedback in light of what we've heard so far. And they reaffirmed the recommended changes. So that's what's happened in terms of outreach. Next slide. So the timeline is that we had started this in June. We went through CartPo for information and then action to release it. August to September was the comment period. Now we're chewing on the results to figure out if what was proposed is still appropriate or if it should be changed in some way. Once we all agree on some set of amendments, it could be exactly what was proposed, or it could be changed in some way. But once we're all in agreement about that, we'll take it up to CartPo. It could be in November, or if it needs to wait, it can wait. But their process is the first month is for information and questions, and then the second month is for action. Next slide. So in terms of the comments we received, this is a hyperlink to the survey, 45 responses. About a quarter were focused on the 6 Mile Creek Greenway submitted by Marvin Creek residents. About a quarter were submitted by people not directly affected by the proposed amendment. So it was good that the majority were people who had property that would be impacted by the CTP amendment. When I say more than 8 emails were received, I'm just looking at the ones that I have. I'm sure if you asked Hunter, he would be able to add significantly to that total. Most did focus on the 6 Mile Creek Greenway. Some additional comments were sent as well. And we also have the petition with more than 30 Marvin signatures opposing a multi-purpose path. It wasn't specifically a sidewalk, but it's still the same concept.
And Bjorn, I just want to add in here regarding the 6 Mile Creek Greenway, the amendments that's being proposed by the village, Union County, and Waxhaw has nothing to do with that. As well as it has nothing to do with, it's not on our master plan. It's not something that's on our side. That's referring to a greenway that is part of Mecklenburg County and in their master plan. And that has not, like I said, the village does not have any plans in our master plan for a trail along 6 Mile Creek. And that, I mean, at all. So.
Say that again.
I said the village in our master plan does not have a proposed greenway on the master plan along 6 Mile Creek.
So that would be behind Wandering Way.
Correct.
Okay. So I hope that there are people listening, because there are residents going around saying, oh, the village of Marvin is going to take our land behind Wandering Way. The village of Marvin does not have a proposed greenway behind Wandering Way. It's not on our master plan, and it's not on the one that the county is proposing. So please come to the village and get the correct information before you go out and start fear mongering amongst your neighbors and your friends that something's going to happen that there is no intention to happen. Sorry, Bjorn, go ahead.
No, you're fine. Thank you. Next slide. So in terms of summarizing the comments, you really had 2 clusters. You had the comments about the 6 Mile Creek Greenway, and then you had near Waxhaw Marvin and Bonds Grove Church. Quite a few people in that area don't support sidewalks, concerns about safety along the road, cars veering off of the road, pedestrian conflict with equestrian uses, question over the cost. I would say in terms of safety, the sidewalk would be on the backside of the ditches, so they would be away from the road itself. Pedestrian conflict with equestrian uses. I don't ride horses. I don't have an answer to this question. Question over the cost of installing sidewalks. I will say that at Bonds Grove and Waxhaw Marvin, the 2 of us, along with the DOT, have funded a project to install a roundabout at that intersection that will include a multi-purpose path. So yes, we are collectively spending some money on some improvements. Otherwise, Union County does not go and install sidewalks as standalone projects. I mean, we certainly could, but historically we have not. So we apply this when we comment on funded road projects or when land development comes along. If the land never develops, the sidewalk's probably never going to happen. But if it is redeveloped, then that's where those standards would apply. And obviously, if Marvin were to annex any of those properties as a part of development, you could apply your own standards. The remaining amendments, which were primarily deletions near Monroe, but there are some segments along Helms, Crane, NC 218. Didn't receive any concerns about them. Most of them, we didn't receive any comments. There was one on the Helms Road one where people thought that was a good idea. Actually, sidewalks are being installed along that as a part of the railroad crossing project coming from Waxhaw Marvin Road across the railroad tracks in NC 75. So a lot of those are already going to be built. But it's still good to reference it on the plan. So these are the comments that we received. Are there any questions about them?
Yeah, I know that there were some questions about who gets notifications when you send the postcards out. And is it just properties that front these roads, or is it any properties that are adjacent to these roads?
We selected all the parcels that were along the frontage of the roads that would be impacted by the changes, either the additions or the deletions. So if you had property along that road, then you received a postcard.
So even if it was the backside of a lot
Right.
or a side lot, they should have received a postcard.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Bjorn, I've got a question. Never mind. I just answered my own question. Thank you.
Sure. Next slide. So municipal positions, we can all take action on this in October if we choose to. You have Marvin and Waxhaw the same night, 6 p.m. for one, 6:30 for the other. We're going last. So if either of the jurisdictions bring up concerns, then we'll take that feedback to the board and they'll do what they'll do. I would hope that they would say, well, go back and let's talk through these concerns, as opposed to we'll adopt something that's in conflict with whatever they have expressed and approved. So that's what's happening over the next few weeks. We're putting it in front of you for any kind of questions or comments to refine the slideshow or get the word out in advance of the meetings. But if things go smoothly, then October 21st, the board would take action, and then we would get this on the CARTPO agenda in November.
And just want to add here, so from the village's perspective, that at the October 8th meeting, I will be putting on the agenda a resolution for support or to oppose. I'm looking for that direction for council if they still support these amendments that are being sought through the CTP process. But I wanted to go ahead and get this presentation in front of you guys so questions can be answered and just make sure that I kind of have your guys' direction to move forward.
So just want to be clear. Bjorn, this is a planning document for the county, for the municipalities, for whenever either new development happens or it's a planning document, correct?
Yes, there's no money behind anything here. It just gives us the justification to propose things because it comes from this, either to comment on a DOT funded project or to propose a project through CARTPO for funding.
So if we've got these segments on as a planning document and for planning purposes, then this could be something that we could take to CRTPO or to other government entities in order to get funding for some of these projects in the future if they are deemed necessary.
That's correct.
Okay. So there's no money being spent on this. This is merely a planning document for the future. It's like what is it, like a 50-year plan? Is that right?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's very, very long term. It's
Okay.
it's kind of like an
Okay.
ultimate build out.
So I know that there is a lot of resistance to having a sidewalk coming off of the brand new roundabout that we will be building at Bonds Grove and Waxhaw Marvin, going down Waxhaw Marvin to hook up to Waxhaw. And I know that people have asked us to take it off of our master plan. I think we all were in agreement that we weren't going to remove it from our master plan, from the Greenways master plan, because again, that too is a planning document. So if anything happens to change, people move, people sell their property, whatever may happen, that they may want a sidewalk at some point. This current council does not have any intention on, if I'm speaking out of turn, let me know, but I don't think we have any intention on building a sidewalk going down Waxhaw Marvin to the Waxhaw border. And for us to remove it could tie the hands of future councils, which I don't think any of us want to do. So my opinion is to leave it on there and to support this, because it is a planning document, period.
It is our way of being able to let CartPo know the possibilities of what the things that we need in the future, whether we agree with them or not, whether we want them or not, but it's a way to put it in their overall master document of saying that these are potential projects. If we delete all of this or take it out, then they have no idea. They think everything's fine. And everything may be fine today, but it's, again, this is a planning document for way down the road. So when we, on October 8th, and Bjorn, correct me if I'm wrong, on October 8th, all we're doing is saying, these are the things that could happen and that we see could happen in the Village of Marvin. And every other municipality are going through the same process. So it's, to Kim's point, it is a planning document. That's not saying these things are going to actually be implemented. This is just saying these are the things that could possibly be taken care of in the village or in the future.
Yeah, I think that's an important point, and I kind of look at it this way, because as most folks know, a lot of those properties are 5-acre properties along Waxhaw Marvin, and they're part of the neighborhood I live in. I'm not directly on that road or anything, but you know, the question often comes up of, well, I never knew something was planned or going in there. And I think it's been part of our master plan, and generally we don't take things off of the master plan because what we're trying to do is to be responsible, so that whether it's 10, 15, 20 years down the road, there's no intention of funding those particular projects at this point. When we kind of went through the discussion on the GO bonds, I think we shared that with a lot of those residents, that this is really more for long-term planning. But I think it's the more responsible thing to do to allow that to still be on our planning documents, because otherwise, if it does make sense to do 20 years ago, you run into the situation where they say, well, I bought my place here and this was never proposed before because it's not on the map anymore. Whereas now, having it on the map, as we continue over the next 5, 10, 20 years, you know, at least people are making informed decisions when they're looking at a property or things like that. So, you know, I once again, I don't necessarily support putting a sidewalk there, because I think when we do that and we have limited tax dollars to use, we have to look at things like the density, you know, where it's leading to, where it's coming from, that go into the cost benefit analysis of it. And I think that's where, you know, there would be some challenges with that segment, as well as some of the other safety and things. You know, I wouldn't want it ever at the speed limit where it's at now. But if in the future we lower the speed limits to improve safety in that area, you know, it might be a different story. But I think it's important to keep these segments that have been on our master plan probably since they were first developed in 2004, 2005, so that when the public is looking at those maps, they are informed and they we don't get into a situation where all of a sudden they're saying, well, this was never, a part of the plan before. So I think that's the reason why I would support keeping it on there. Not that it's a specific project that I think should be done, but because I don't see the need for it now, but we don't know where we're going to be 20, 30 years from now.
This is one of the first steps of a multi-level process. So this is the beginning. This is just saying it's there, it's a project. Again, what we're doing, we're just taking a position on it. We're not saying, okay, once we do this, we are actually going to physically do it. It's not. This is to Kim's point, a planning document.
Thank you.
The next slide's just the requested action, which this is. So
Does anybody have any questions for Bjorn or Hunter about this? Does anybody have any issues with this?
I just have a general question. I'm sensitive to this whole Marvin Creek connector issues that have nothing to do with this. And I've been doing some studying over the last month, and just a question I have, and it's certainly not to set the tone, and everybody has had some great comments, so thank you, because I'm listening to every word you're saying. Over this last study, I've been asking, where in the world, when things, well, I guess, I ran for this office because I wanted to protect the citizens from government. I think we're too government laden. I think government's now just encroached in every possible facet of our society and what we do on a personal level. And the thing that concerns me is that when you start looking at master plans, how do they originate? How do they come about? In other words, there must be some sort of thought process, Warren, that says somewhere in the future, we need sidewalks. Somebody's coming up with it, and it's certainly not the people. To your point, John. Then all of a sudden, we say, well, we're trying to be responsible government officials. I'm coming up with this example, and we need a sidewalk. Well, who's determining that? Who thinks we even need a sidewalk? Who comes up with this, puts it on paper, says we're being responsible government officials by looking forward thinking? And at the same time, we get what appears to be, as again, with certain issues out there, we get anarchy. All of a sudden, it's like, well, who came up with this idea? I mean, yeah, it's nice that you come out and you present the public with what we're planning to do, because this is what we're putting down. Who comes up with the origination? In other words, who is deciding, who's the person behind the curtain that all of a sudden decides that these are projects that we need? I know.
Planners.
The planners. So what I'm getting at is, in a situation like this, and I love what Jamie's thought is that he was saying, we're trying to, and Kim too, we're trying to set it up for future councils for the future, whatever the future may be. Well, we could future thinking ourselves to oblivion. I mean, and the only comment I have is that, yes, it's just a plan. It's just a thought. But I'm going to ask, Warren, just, 101, help me out. Who came up with the idea for a sidewalk? Why was this needed? In a rural community, why is this needed? Just asking.
So real quick, just to add to that, it's not just the planners. We have Greenway master plans that have been in place for years. John can probably vouch to that. I don't know how long the PRG board was in place, but we had a master plan prior to the one that we have now from 2020. That plan was in place for 10, 20 years.
Sure.
I don't know specifically what was on that, but it is a collaborative process, master plan in general, where members of the public are invited to have public input and they kind of create this plan. And it's done through an array of different opportunities with public engagement. And I don't know how much was done back in the day, but it's not just planners that come up with it. It is a public process. I just want to make that clarification.
Thank you.
So,
And-
Yeah, and I believe probably the first one, I think, was down around 2007 or so. And as Christina said, there were a whole bunch of public, meetings and things like that. I think it occurred again around, what'd you say, 2020?
So the one that we have now that we adopted in 2020, it was really derived around 2019, and it was driven from the 2019 survey, all the public engagement that was done at the time. Typically, master plans are good for 10 years. And that's kind of our guiding star as staff, is that's what we shoot for. Now, if things happen along the way, there's not a true mechanism to amend it other than making addendums to the master plan each time something comes up. So it's not a very easy process. It is a planning document, so it's, you guys will look at these documents, throughout your years here, primarily in your retreats and when you have stuff come up. But it's also something that staff uses to create the capital improvement plan request for every given year. So you will review those things that happen. Let's just say Trail 1, 2, and 3 is listed as, in the Greenway Master Plan. That's something that we do at a staff level to put those things into the CIP, and you guys review that every year, kind of alongside with your budget.
So, and also when you were talking about like, why do we need all these sidewalks out in this rural area? Well, we tend to get dinged on not having infrastructure to keep up with the growth that we have. And when I say infrastructure, I mean roads, which we don't have any control over. So don't ding us on that. But 20 years ago, like, things have changed. And if we hadn't planned for sidewalks and connectivity and things like that, then kids would be walking on the side of the street to get to schools. So again, it's a planning document. And what was here 20 years ago is clearly significantly different than what it is currently. And in 20 years from now, it's going to look a lot different. So if we're not planning and we're not putting these mechanisms into place to get grant funding, to go to CARPO, to do all these things, then we're not doing our jobs to plan for the future. And even though we don't know what that future is going to look like. So yes, we're still rural out in some parts, but we were really rural 20 years ago, less rural now, and we're going to be less rural in 20 more years.
We're not rural in Marvin in any,
Well-
definition of it. 25 years ago, we were rural in Marvin. We are now suburban. I
Well,
mean, there's no way of getting around that distinction. We're now in a suburban state. So it to Kim's point, we keep evolving and things keep changing in a direction of that. So
So-
we have to plan for the
to
future.
Bob's question though, and I'll try to make this really short. The state tasked these transportation organizations, because CARPO was one of several, and they tasked these transportation organizations to come up with their plan. CARPO looks at they're the entity here, you have the state here, you have CARPO here. And then CARPO goes out to the municipalities and to the county, and each individual county, and says, give me your plan. So the state state tasks the transportation organizations for a plan, and then the CRTPO or the other transportation organizations come to the municipalities for a plan, because they don't know what's going on in the granular level of it. So we put together our plan and we share that plan with them. That doesn't, because CARPO is there to provide funding and to pull funding from the state or from federal to help us at the granular level take care of these projects. Well, if you don't know what your projects are, if you have nothing on the project plan, and again, as I've always said, we can't plan, we can't make decisions. When we make a decision, it's for today, but it's for 5 and 10 years down the road. So it's just state transportation organization and in municipalities, and then we bubble those plans back up accordingly. So.
And the other thing I'll just add on is I think a lot of us were here. We had a presentation not long ago. I think it was maybe from a trails person, that ideally you have all of that in before you even start developing, but it really doesn't work that way, because there really be no funding for it. Usually the sprawl comes and it's like, okay, now what are we going to do about connecting everything? And that's the key, starting at the state. And if you don't task it to some sort of government agency, it becomes anarchy. But you're never going to get it from the individual citizens. coming up with a plan for their own thing. So I think to everyone's point, it's just a plan. Got to have something down on paper so we can at least present to a Carpo, say, hey, we raise our hand over here and say, we need some of this funding. So it limits the amount of taxes we have to.
And you have to put the puzzle together. This is all a puzzle. We may have a plan for Marvin and we have all the sidewalks or trails or whatever the case may be. And then when it hits Waxhaw or it hits Weddington or whatever, and Waxhaw and Weddington are like, well, we're not doing anything. Well, that's just, we presented our plan, they have our plan, our plan doesn't match their plan. So then it becomes a larger discussion. It's just trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together and it, again, it's just a simple planning document.
So any other, we don't have to take action on this. Will there be something, we don't have to take action on this. There'll be something in the next meeting?
Correct. So I'm going to prepare a resolution in support at this time. If that's not the direction that council wants the bill for staff to prepare for, then just let me know. But there'll be a resolution of support of all the amendments that were presented on your guys' agenda on the October 8th meeting.
Okay.
Do we need to vote on that?
Right now, no.
Okay.
Does anybody have any issues for the in support of?
And on just a quick side note, if you guys haven't gotten a notification, came up that we're under a tornado watch right now. So I think the direction is to, if something were to happen, to go into these bathrooms right here is where we go. That is until 10:15, but that did come over the wire. So, that being
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
said,
Bjorn, do you have anything else to add real quick? Sorry.
No, thank you for the time.
Thanks,
All
Bjorn.
right.
Thank you, Bjorn.
thanks, Bjorn. All right, moving on, we're gonna need a motion to go into closed session.
So move.
I'll make a motion to recess into closed session pursuant to NCGS 143-318-11A13 for the review of closed session minutes and to consult with an attorney retained by the public body to preserve the attorney-client privilege.
Further discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Closed session.
Do I need to bring this?
Yes. What?
Bring the
You have, hold on, do I get to sing? Yes.
Am I good?
Not yet, hold on. We'll let you, just for the one time, just for the dedication.
And then we'll wait for you to come back in. Let me just excuse Bob Marino.
Give me 1 second. Open it back up.
I'll be right back, guys.
Okay, and
Mute the mics.
mics are live, so you just have to. turn them on.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to excuse Bob Markleese at 10:43 a.m.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, now Austin, go get the notice and we'll wait.
Those opposed?
Don't go, Bob.
Austin, go. Go. Do it when you get back.
All right.
He's gonna go take the notice down from the hearing, so nobody sees it and thinks that we were trying to pull it fast enough.
Why isn't this going back to where it needs to go back to? Oh, that's. See, did it again. No, I gotta put this. I didn't normally have to do that. You gotta press this. I should have wrote it down. I don't want to do this every time. You know what?
Sure. Sure. Why don't you look at them and rearrange it? I don't know if you did.
No. This, for some reason, it keeps going back to, I
So
have
which
to.
number
fill
are
in.
you? Two? You're number two. Yeah, so you're number two, so when did baby go? He's selling me stuff in new business. He's selling me stuff in new business? Well, we can't do that. Hopefully you guys already know that, so you read your agenda. Then we're gonna leave you right where you are. So no, because I can't unfinished, finished. New, whatever.
Austin, for whatever reason, I went back to, I have to put in that meeting thing. I don't know what's happening with this.
Okay.
Your bill's getting expensive.
Yes, it
Okay,
is.
all right, so we are back into open
Write
session.
it down.
Number one is discussion and consideration of real property identified as parcel 06225010. The development agreement that is in the agenda packet that people saw that assumed that we would be interested in selling this piece of property was done by the developer without having the conversation with Village Council. Village Council is not interested in disposing of any real property at this time, so we will not be selling any property. So if any residents have questions about that, they can feel free to call, but we are not interested in selling that parcel 06225010. Okay, next up is reports and updates. Manager's report. Sorry, Joe.
That's right. Thank you. I'm up to speed there.
Couple of things. Bart Landis came to our last meeting and gave a bunch of statistics and information on trails. And particularly, I think y'all had some questions on crime. That information was provided in your agenda packet that he submitted, so you're more than welcome to look through that. There was a couple of studies. One of them was rails on trails. I can't remember the exact other ones, but I don't have anything particular to say on that. I don't know if y'all wanted to talk about anything that was provided in that agenda material or that email.
No, I mean, I think it's really good information. I would definitely suggest that the public reads these attachments that are in the agenda packet because it's really good information. You know, it's got 2 studies of crime statistics in Mecklenburg County show greenways have lower crime rates in the surrounding community. They found that most greenways provide a safer alternative than roads and attract local residents using the greenways frequently. The data suggests that greenway adjacent properties do not incur greater risk of crime than other properties within the same neighborhood statistical area. So, I mean, it's just really good information, and I appreciate the fact that Bart Landis sent this information to us along with some other studies. because I do think it's a very interesting, interesting read. So I definitely, would encourage people to go in and read these.
Anything else on that? Yeah, are y'all good to move on? The next topic is the post-geo bond results. Trying to find an email real quick, but I had a resident to email me, and I've actually heard a lot of these comments over the last couple of months. I can't find the email while we're talking, but essentially the resident wanted you all to talk about projects that you are going to pursue or not pursue as a result of the geo bond. There seems to be this kind of idea in the community that because of the geo bond failing, we're kind of halting all the projects that were listed in that geo bond. But we have kind of already set the precedent that we are moving forward with certain projects like the Bonds Grove Waxaw Marvin that was still in that geo bond packet. So I don't know if y'all want to have some discussions, if y'all want to inform the public as to what your intentions are on what projects we're starting or we're going to keep implementing or that we're not going to implement. But there seems to be a little bit of confusion in the community as to why we're moving forward on certain projects if they were voted down in the geo bond. So that's a conversation that you all can have either now or later if you want us to bring back the geo bond packet and we can discuss that. I don't know how y'all want staff to do, but we're hearing that. Just wanted to relay that message to you all.
I'll address that. Was not voted down on any projects. The funding was voted down, but not completing the projects.
Yeah, I would say that I think there are any number of projects. Most of the projects we're working on this year were in place and planned long before the geo bond even happened. So the geo bond was a mix of projects that we already had ongoing, some of them even partially done. And the responsible thing to do with those is to continue to at least finish off the ones that were started. I don't think there's a whole lot of budget monies this year dedicated to that. And I think as we get back into the budgeting season, you know, that's when we'll start to talk about any priorities of any of the, you know, specific things, you know, that we may look to do, whether they're the continuation of projects that have been going on for years, like finishing the Marvin Loop, or, you know, any of the other sets of projects that were proposed on the bond. So I think the appropriate place to kind of handle those conversations is as we start to go through the budgeting process and actually start putting money to things, because that's really what people, I think, care about most.
The process, Maya, as far as projects being completed will probably be 5, 10, 15 years from now, where we wanted to finish them within a few years with the bond money. But I don't know of any of them that we want to just say no to right now.
Essentially what staff needs direction or the public needs direction on is we do have adopted Greenways and Trails Master Plan. There's a list of greenways and trails that are in that master plan. I think there's this conception that because Greenways and Trails was in the geo bond packet, that we should kind of take that master plan and throw it out the window because the public doesn't want to see greenways and trails. So staff is operating under the assumption that the master plan is still in place. That's still our guiding star, still our guiding principle. And if that's not the case of council's desires, and I guess we need to know that direction so that we can stop looking for grants, stop, pursuing some of what was just discussed in the meeting prior to this conversation, the CTP, some of those sidewalk infrastructure kind of planning mechanisms put in place to implement that plan as approved, 4 years ago.
I don't think that there is any desire from this council not to do the projects that were on the bond list. It will unfortunately take us significantly longer to do these projects, and it will unfortunately cost us significantly more to do these projects because we are not able to do them bulk together. I see the email that you were referring to, and I'm just going to read the part of the email that I think this is what you're referring to. I think the council should definitely pause and reconsider what the voters were saying when they rejected the geo bonds, of which trails and greenways were the primary focus. They would do well to revisit what residents' concerns and desires following that outcome, particularly as it relates to the outlying areas of Marvin. So I think what you just said, Christina, was very pertinent, and that is we've already set a precedent by funding the roundabout at the Waxaw Marvin Bonds Grove intersection, which was a big part of the geo bond. So I don't think there is any intention. So, I mean, if that's the case, if you want us to go and pause, I don't think you want to pause the roundabout down there. And there are other things that, are part of planning and things that have been in the process of getting done, with our long-term plans. So I just don't think there's any desire of this council to not move forward with the projects that were in the GEO bond. It's just unfortunately going to take us longer and cost us a lot more money.
Well, I think it's also important to point out, and we pointed this out when we were doing the GEO bonds, that list was also somewhat of a wish list too, from the standpoint that many of those things, for one reason or another, may have not ever gotten done. And those budget monies would have been prioritized to just those other projects that can be done or would have been approved. So, you know, I agree. I think it's important to, with the limited amount of funds, just as, you know, some folks said, well, the reason they got voted down is because we want Marvin to stay the same as it was. Well, for the last 15 years on a limited basis, we have been building paths, greenways, trails, developing the park. So if you're telling us to do what we were doing, maybe you don't want all those things as quickly or as fast as they could have gone in the GEO bond. But if you're asking us to do what we've done over the last 10 or 15 years, I think we're still being responsible in doing that.
I just want to add one point on the GEO bond because I've heard it many times and people, it's like they're punch in the face of going, boy, we told you, boy, that's resounding what we told you when the GEO bond was voted down. And again, I'm all ears because I want to know, and I know we're talking about doing a follow-up survey to find out, but just because something was voted down, I ask people, tell me what that told you. And and no one will give me an answer other than the fact that we didn't want it. We didn't want something, but what is the reason? Was you didn't want, do you not want your taxes to go up? Do you not want the projects that were on the list? Do you like the roads the way they are and know that they may never get fixed? I don't have the answers, and I don't think anyone in the village of Marvin has the answer to that. Because there's not a granular question that follows up what that bond was for. So I'm hopeful that we can get a survey to go back out to address, because there are people that do want greenways and pathways. There are people that do want their roads to be there are people out there that want something on that list. But just to say it was not passed and we showed you, but what did you show us? That's all I'm asking. And I have yet to get an answer, a specific answer. Don't tell me, well, we just did not want it. But what didn't you want? What caused you to vote no? And no one can give us that answer right now. So I'm hoping the survey goes out. And I do know, as we said in the presentation, we're going to continue to work on these projects for the betterment of the village of Marvin, for the betterment of the residents of Marvin. And I'm hopeful somewhere, down the road, people start to see the positive effects of the slow process of this. But again, it's not a set in stone item that they told us by voting no on the things. There were people that voted yes too.
So I'm hearing there's a consensus not to throw the Greenways master plan out the window or to redo it. Okay. Just clarifying.
No.
Any other conversations on that? And then the last thing I have is you all had asked at some point recently about off-duty law enforcement for traffic enforcement measures. Little bit of hiccups with that. They had basically all officers aren't radar and LiDAR certified, so we'd have to kind of make these job advertisements very specific with qualifications, which may mean we might have a couple of issues getting coverage, but we can work through those details. But there is a 3-hour minimum, $40 an hour. So essentially it's $120 a day for when we want to do that. So if you guys want to look into that further, I'll have to work with off-duty to create a job advertisement specifically for the needs that have the qualifications that we need. And then we just need some guidance as to how many days, what times of day, what locations, some specifics on that. We do not have a budget for this, so we would have to do likely a fund balance appropriation or a contingency appropriation. So just keep that in mind.
Well, I can say this, that I would want a rotating schedule around the village because there are many places where traffic enforcement is an issue. And I think that when we look at that, we look at the sheriff's department to kind of guide us in that particular thing. And I think that we should, from my own personal thoughts, I think we should do a trial basis and see how effective it is and see if the money that we're spending is actually helping the public. And if it is a significant help to, deterring some speeding and some reckless driving and some of these other things, then we may look at, long-term funding of it and, broadening its scope. But I think we should try and do it on a limited basis to see if it's effective, how effective it is, and kind of make a decision from that point.
So do y'all want us to bring this back so we can go over specifics at the next work session?
And like maybe think about us and you guys think about what would be the peak times? When do you think that, obviously it's not during rush hour because there's so much traffic, people can't speed.
Exactly.
So, what are the peak times that we think that,
We already have that information, right? Because that.
We
gets
have some.
presented, it gets presented to us every.
yeah, but I don't know
month
that it has the
through-
times.
Yeah.
I don't know that
Should
it,
have.
I don't know that it has the times.
I think it may.
I think
I
it
don't know.
does. I just don't think it's on our report, but
So if that's the case, then let's pull those numbers and let's find out when people are speeding the most and then let's,
Can target.
and
hire
where,
some people.
yeah.
Can y'all give us some guidance on how many days a week you want this? 1 day a week, 3 days a week?
I mean, honestly, I'd really like to look at the data, like,
Okay.
because it's
Yeah.
you can probably break it down by day, by hour and see when
Uh,
people are speeding the most.
Okay.
If it's on a Saturday, if it's on,
And from my observations, that
Tues-
weekends are definitely more of a problem than, because there's
Because
just not
you're-
the traffic. There's
Right.
just a lot more opportunity, but evenings and weekends are when I'm seeing it in front of my house. But I'm only just one segment of the village,
yeah.
so
So I mean,
there's-
I would say let's pull, because I mean, we've got 4 places that we've got, we're collecting data. So let's look at that data, analyze the data, figure out, where we're getting the most traffic, not the most traffic, where we're getting the mo-
Infractions.
the most infractions, what time of day, what stretches of roads.
Okay.
And then I think we can look at that and then kind of make a decision on how many days, that kind of thing.
We'll bring that to the next work session.
Okay, thank you.
And that's all I have.
Thank
Oh,
you.
actually, I'm sorry. No, I have one more. Can you pass that down, Wayne? It's not on your agenda because I actually just got this. Central Lana is doing a priority survey to basically kind of jumpstart their leadership team on what they're going to be focused on in the next legislative session. So some of the priorities, their options are listed there. It's a short survey. If you guys can see legislative priorities for funding that Central Lana should focus on. And then the policy issues that you guys have at the core of your decision-making. If you can just take a couple seconds to fill this out sometime today and get it back to me, I'll try to compile a joint response to them. So they can focus their efforts accordingly. Yeah, you can just handwrite it. Thanks. Today. As much as you can.
All right, next up, we have, clerk.
Thank you. Before I jump into this, I just want to let you all know that I was notified by a resident a few moments ago that our live stream stopped as soon as we came back from closed session while Kim was speaking. So we will have to get the AV technicians back out here again. No clue why. So everything is being recorded by Zoom. We will have to go in after the meeting, we'll have to download that Zoom recording, get it processed, get it uploaded to YouTube. So we will still have a video uploaded hopefully today. If not today, it'll be early tomorrow. But luckily everything is still being recorded. On to today's business, October communications. You've got recurring advertisements of the bulk drop-off event, trick or treat in the park. We're going to be starting the Friendship Tree ads this month. I'm just waiting on info from Tyler, as well as Kids with Counsel. Election is coming up, so there'll be early voting reminders going out. That's information that we're getting from the Board of Elections. We're not writing that. That's purely from them. We're still advertising board vacancies. More on that in a minute. Then it's just your normal stuff. Meetings, coffee with council, Habitat Builders, Marsh's events coming up, WUMA, holidays. Just take a quick look through the list and let me know if there's anything you want me to add, if there's anything I missed.
That's good.
Okay, cool. Next up is, I'm just reminding you all to please call board applicants. We still have one vacancy on the planning board and board of adjustment. We currently have 2 applicants for that. I have heard that one of those applicants will be withdrawing their application. I have not formally received that email yet. That's just what I've heard. So that is not official. So as of now, we still have 2 applicants. So try to please call them before the next meeting so we can move on that. We do need to get that vacancy filled. You still have you still have applicants for the annexation study committee, but we'll talk more on that in a later agenda item. I was asked to put on this agenda post at Village Hall for banner. I don't know what that means.
Councilman Wortman asked me about the post for holding up the banner signs. I know you all had talked about it at some point in time. I don't remember what we all came down and actually said. I think Davey was supposed to have a conversation with Hunter because I think we potentially had some issues with maybe it being not temporary signage, which may be why we didn't pursue it, but I don't recall those conversations. So I just put it on here for y'all to discuss it if you wanted to. Hunter, did
What are we discussing?
So,
Isn't there
okay.
posts out there to put
No,
signs up
so
now?
we had talked about at a prior meeting about putting 4x4 posts permanently in the ground for our temporary banners for our events and such. The situation is that when they put these banners up with these metal posts, it's time consuming. They have to go out, drive posts, they have to pick them back up, they have to tie these things off. They're not really stable, so they have to keep going back and restretching them. It's a time eating, process. We had talked about, and I had even said that on my adjacent property where we put one of the banners, that I would be absolutely fine with putting 2 permanent 4x4 posts in the ground. So all they have to do is just go hook it and go. And we talked about doing it in front of Village Hall if that's allowed by our ordinance to just have the posts there permanent and not the signs, and then just put the banners up when needed. I'm just looking at an efficiency, time saving kind of thing here for our staff. Since we do post these on a regular basis.
Is there usually something always on that post?
Almost.
Most of the year.
All right, Hunter, what's our ordinance say?
Well, I'm not gonna answer fully because I want to dive into this, but the 2 thoughts are, one, if we put permanent posts in the ground, then we would most likely treat it as a permanent ground mounted sign, even though the sign or the banner is changing. As long as the banner complies with the minimum square or is under the maximum square footage for signage, what's on the sign can change. So that's one way we could approach it. The other way is that even we could potentially look at just treating the post as a structure and then just making sure that the banners then comply with our temporary sign. So I'll just have to, I can look at both of those. I think that it's possible to do. But just let me double check and I can get back to you guys either at the October meeting or before then.
Okay. So I'm just looking at time savings here for these guys. I mean, it's
Put
a
it on
lot
your
of
list.
messing around with these things. One other thing I did note was along this same line is asking about getting, when we do have the banners made, having the wind release cut in them, because that also adds to the stretching and pulling of the posts. And so it's just a simple thing that would help just make it easier. Okay, yeah, I
Um,
just would make it easier because then it's, it's not a big parachute. It lets the
Real,
air go through.
real quick,
it, so-
aren't we not ordering mesh shines now, like that have a little?
or- Yeah.
We originally ordered those mesh ones through Canva. We originally ordered those mesh ones through Canva. We tried them out for one event. Canva is more expensive. They're much harder to patch over the dates. So we've switched to ordering through our website vendor. Actually, they do printing as well. To my knowledge, they don't offer the mesh option. Like I said, they are harder to patch. So it is better to go with what we've been ordering. These are more sturdy than the ones we ordered through Canva. They're better quality,
Okay.
but we can ask about relief cuts.
It's just because what happens is when they start folding, then you can't read them.
Yeah, that's good. No, that's good.
So,
Anything else?
That is all.
All right, next up, we have planners report. That'd be you.
Okay, I have two items to update you on. First being the Belgrove. If council recalls, you directed staff to move forward with getting quotes regarding the proposed drainage fix out there. Staff spoke with DEQ. Per what DEQ conveyed to me, since we would be altering their approved stormwater plans, we would have to submit revised plans to DEQ for approval, meaning that we would have to get engineered set plans for the proposed fix, even though it's within the right of way. I talked with our engineer. Those plans are going to cost roughly between 15 and 20,000 for plan sets on top of then the actual work. With that being said, the original approved plans that DEQ currently has on file obviously doesn't have a berm or trees there. So council can, we can kind of approach this a couple different ways. One, not do anything. Two, we can remove the trees and look at, once again, the impact moving forward and if it's something that we need to do. Or three, we can go ahead and move forward with getting plans done and submitting to DEQ. The other, if we do move forward with getting plans done, like I said, there are certain things in the HOA swells in storm drainage easements that are also not fully correct per the original approved plans. And so that could be something that we could look at with working with the HOA to maybe try to kill two birds with one stone. I don't necessarily need.
Comments from council on direction? Andy, do you have anything since you were?
well, I don't know. I mean, I think that the drainage work is the best solution for the issue. Unfortunately, there are regulations that are in place that dictate how we do things. So if we have to have the things redrawn because they were modified over the course of time, then I guess that's what we have to do to accomplish the goal of mitigating the water that's coming off our road. I mean, I don't like to spend money any more than anybody else does, but unfortunately, we've found out that this is a requirement for this step.
But if we do nothing, that leaves it on the homeowner to take it upon themselves to just remove that. And then what? We have an issue a drainage issue after, say, the homeowner goes in and takes out what is the issue with the HOA. Then what? I mean.
So there's two, the two options there is one, like, once again, these improvements that were done by this homeowner were done prior to the development finishing. I can't say for a fact, certain one way or another, if there is still a current drainage issue. I will say prior to the development closing, yes, there was. The not having the top layer where then the road kind of drains and gets the swells, the water was going straight down Clear Ridge Court right at those two properties. 100% agree. However, now that it's completed, I can't say for a certain. So, looking at it is that, once again, yes, the village can take it upon themselves to look at some potential fixes and improvements. as well as it was conveyed to the property owner during numerous meetings, that they can still take it upon themselves. And if they were to move the berm outside of the right of way, it's outside of the right of way, it's outside of the storm drainage easement, all that stuff, then it's no issue on our end. It would be no issue with the approved post-construction plans that DEQ has. So that is something that is also an option. Not, once again, not saying that that's something that we've looked further into, but I know it was conveyed to the property owner. If they moved it outside of the right of way, it'd be no issue.
Well, from what I understand, it's an issue with the HOA, so they.
Correct. And like I said, issue,
Yeah.
and that, the village is not involved in that. So whatever between the HOA and the individual property owner, that's a civil thing between those two parties.
Well, but is it fair that we dump our water on their property and then we just leave them to deal with their HOA and it's our water and it's our problem? So is it fair to create an issue for an individual because of the water coming off our roads?
Well,
guess
if we
you-
remove the trees, why don't we see what happens? And if there's issues, then we'll go back in and figure out what has to happen from there.
Well,
And-
okay, so if you do this and we have a big weather event and it floods their house, then what? Are we saying that we're okay with that?
No, of course not.
Well, but if you say, well, let's take out the berm and the trees and see what happens, that's exactly what the HOA wants to do. And they say there isn't a drainage issue, which I've witnessed a drainage issue out there myself.
Okay, so then what do you want to do? Like legit, I thought we came up with an option, and now that option seems to gonna cost another $25,000 or whatever it is. Like, I'm not okay with doing that.
It-
So,
Once again, I think in a way, the best option, I think, is potentially still try to coordinate with DEQ and the homeowners association. Cause like I said, there's other things that are out of the village's parameter, that the HOA either needs to fix. I mean, like I said, there's a whole mess here. Just regarding like their post-construction permit and the original approved plans and then what's actually there. But that is something like, in short, the swells, for example, in that cul-de-sac are not as necessarily the same grade as what they were per the approved plans, meaning that they're technically not in compliance with their post-construction permit. However, it was signed off on by DEQ. The issue is that the post-construction permit is still in the original developer's name, not in the HOA's name. For the original developer to transfer that permit, it has to be in compliance with the original approval, or they can amend the original approval to bring it, basically submit what's there now. DEQ could approve it basically with those modifications, then it would be in compliance with those, then it could be transferred. So that it's confusing as heck, and I'm sorry,
so
but
whose responsibility is it?
in what
Any of
part?
it? Who needs to do something? The village, DEQ, the neighbors, the developer?
The HOA.
I mean.
Really, the HOA in theory, because
They received it, DEQ signed off on it, right? And they received it, so is it not there?
The HOA, to our understanding, has not accepted ownership of the stormwater permit.
Right, still under the
With the state.
developers.
So then it sounds like it's the
Original.
developer.
the
that needs-
original developer.
So it
Yeah.
sounds like the original developer needs to go in and talk to DEQ and get all of his or her ducks in a row and figure out what's going on. Past that, it sounds like it's a civil issue. It's not a village issue.
Completely, I once again completely agree. The only reason I'm bringing this up was that if we are considering doing something, there could be, once again, cost share, once again, trying to get more done to benefit, but that's, once again, I don't know what all that
Well,
entails.
I think then what we need to look at is getting those underlying issues remedied first and then look at our issue, because if that gets remedied, then we won't have any more of an issue than what we'd already thought we had.
What underlining issues, so I'm clear?
The DEQ signing off and getting the HOA ownership of the drainage easements, and if it's.
I don't know that that's our role, is it?
No, I mean, it's the only way that we come into this is that we do have contacts. I mean, obviously DEQ, I mean, and so yes, I like to try to assist where I can. It doesn't mean that I'm going to get the get it done just because it's not our responsibility, but reaching out to those parties and trying to facilitate those conversations. That's what I have been doing over the last couple of months.
But I just don't want anyone in the public or in the HOA to think that that's our responsibility. It's really a civil issue and they need to work that out.
Yeah, so you need to tell the HOA that they need to go to whoever they need to go to and tell them that they need to talk to DEQ or whatever, but they've got to figure this out. Like, again, this is not on us.
The HOA could potentially put us at liability, in my view. What could they not? So if we go in and do what they're asking us to do, and we change that, and it starts flooding that neighbor's property, that neighbor has every right to come to us and say, you made this change.
Right.
You need to fix this flood issue because you made this change.
Wait.
It's the HOA.
I agree. So go back to the HOA, tell them that they need to go and figure out with the original developer. They all need to, and if the original developer is defunct or whatever, I mean, they've got to figure that out.
Correct.
I mean, I want to be able to help them, like I really do, but this is just not in our purview. And
Right.
the amount of staff time I know that you guys have spent on this is getting
And I just, yes,
lot.
just want to add real quick is that's part of the reason why DEQ is requiring plans, is to make sure that the drainage calculations and that it's not creating a negative impact. Because what was drawn by our engineer was obviously a conceptual fix, and he does believe it could work, but then the actual engineering model of it is what would, prove that.
To be fair, is it fair to say that this all came about because the HOA wants something changed? There's no issues right now, correct?
From our end,
Technically, there
no.
are no issues right now that are thing, but the HOA is now coming in and saying, you need to change this, which could put us at liability.
the homeowner needs to change it,
That-
not us.
That's right. The HOA is saying to the homeowner, but if the homeowner does make that change, could we be liable for, or if we allow them, because we're allowing them to change.
We're not allowing them to do anything. It's their property and they didn't follow their CCRs according to the homeowners association. So if the homeowners association makes them take the trees out and the trees were stopping the flooding and it floods, then I would say you've got some liability on the HOA for making them remove it, but I think we've got some liability too. I see your point now, yes. Yeah,
Eventually.
I got there. Took me a
So
minute.
it's, so.
But I still think that the HOA, I mean, it's not a problem right now, except they just don't want trees where they are.
Right.
Yeah, this
That's-
is an HOA that has come down on one individual property owner, that nothing was going wrong other than the visual or whatever it is. In my view, that when I went out and looked at it, no issues right now based on how it is. However, if the HOA gets its way, that property owner, whether it's on their dime or our dime, we change that and it creates a potential.
Like I said, it's unclear of how big the issue is regarding the placement of that. The only concern our engineer did have obviously was the berm, because it's creating a curb effect. However, based off the grade and slope out there, it's not puddling on the road. So it wasn't one thing that we were going to come make them force them to remove, especially with it being in a cul-de-sac. So that's why, once again, the village tried to stay out of it. This was an issue between the individual property owner and the HOA. The HOA then made their determination and I think they submitted those documents to you. And once again, that's between those two parties. And there's not much more
And
than
it sounds like the stormwater DEQ is also between the HOA and the
correct.
previous developer. So I would direct them in that direction and I would let them know that before they have those trees pulled out, they need to have some sort of plan in place, because either we need to be doing something per their stormwater or they need to be doing something per their stormwater. So before they pull those trees out and affect somebody's house, they need to have some more information. So maybe
Agreed.
they can give the homeowner more of a grace period to get the trees removed while we're there, while the HOA is trying to figure out their issue with their previous developer.
Sounds good.
So-
Sounds like
so
a big
just-
issue with them.
So just so we're clear, because you all had previously taken action for us to go and remove the trees and the berm and get a quote for that.
I mean,
What kind of
un- un-
disregarding?
until they have their
Yeah.
DEQ situation situated, I don't
Okay.
think anybody needs to be doing anything.
Okay.
And I think the HOA, I understand that there was a ruling and they've got a date to do this stuff by, but if it affects somebody's house and possible flooding, like they need to, everybody needs to have all their ducks in a row before
Yeah,
they
and-
start.
And to her point, is there any way we have, that the village can do a cease and desist on anything that is done in that area until the DEQ issue is mitigated?
Well,
I don't
that,
know what, I
because,
don't know we would
like I
have the
said, that's,
authority
that's
to.
somewhat of the issue is that it's technically not a part of the original DEQ's
But they do
plans.
something that could potentially affect us and we're on the hook for some insurance claim. I got an issue with that.
Well,
Because
Yeah,
of what
because
they
this is
did.
in our right of way. So if it's
well,
if it's
correct, but at
removed
the
from our
same-
right of way, then could potentially come back on us if there's flooding
Well, the plans
because
were
of their
never,
action.
the plans that we approved when the development was constructed did not include the infrastructure or the improvements to the land. So if they take the stuff out to the original development, it would have been what we originally approved to start with.
And in theory, based off of those plans and the calculations, would function how it's supposed to. I mean, that's what those, I mean, the engineered plans have those drainage calculations for the different rain events. So that, and that's part of the issue. I mean, that's, like I said, that's where, how we got here. So.
It sounds to me like the engineer that signed off on this didn't do an as-built and did not compare to the original drawings.
What do you mean?
Like if this was approved this way, that this was, the original drainage easements were put in and everything was calculated correctly. If we're having an issue now, something was missed in the interim. And if those things were adjusted during the years before it's been signed off by our engineer, the
Our-
engineer didn't do his job. This is what it sounds
The
like.
only changes that our engineer had nothing to do with, there was no stormwater, like all the as-built and all that stuff submitted to DEQ. There was somebody at DEQ that signed off on the as-built.
Okay, so then DEQ didn't do.
And yes,
However,
I
but
talked to Lily about it and Lily's
something got
confused as
missed in
well.
the process.
Correct.
If the original drainage plans were presented and approved and then didn't get followed, and now we're at this point, something got dropped in the interim. And if
Well,
it's
the-
on DEQ, then it's on DEQ.
The post-construction permit has not been transferred over, and that likely has something to do with it. There's some gaps between the two documents.
So then there's nothing for us to do right now. Go back to the HOA, tell them that they need to get all their ducks in a row, figure it out with DEQ, figure out all that stuff and ask them very nicely to please give these people some grace period while everybody's trying to figure this out. And we will do our darndest to help, but again, I think this is a civil issue.
And on a side note, I'd just like to note that Councilman Bob Markleese rejoined us at 11:25. Thank you. All right.
Second,
Marching orders on that?
yes, sir. Second item is the Weddington Chase rezoning. If you guys recall, we had the one individual property owner that submitted the rezoning request back after the adoption of the NDO. Council decided not to approve that and basically directed staff to looking at rezoning the whole neighborhood, or at least phase one, SFR2. Staff has done that, presented it to planning board last week. Planning board basically had the same questions on why are we doing this, how much staff time and all this stuff, and in short, recommended to not approve it. So staff's just looking for council's direction on this regarding, this is a staff initiated rezoning, meaning that if this was applicant driven, obviously, even if planning board does not recommend it, you guys would still conduct a public hearing and vote on the matter. However, with this being staff initiated, and before we move forward with spending money on mailing notices and signage and all that stuff, I just want to know if you guys want to consider it, even though planning board didn't recommend it, or just let it be. I also believe you guys received an email from one of the residents kind of outlining some of that. So just trying to get some
You
direction.
substantiated the claims that most of the people are on board with this in the neighborhood. from that particular email? Because the email said that basically that just about everybody was on board with it.
I don't have factual, like signed, like a signed petition, anything from individual property owners. One of our planning board members one of our planning board members lives in Weddington Chase. He was not asked. He basically said he's not necessary for it because there is no really direct change outside of going from SFR 3 to 2, which all it changes is, like I said, some setback requirements. Nothing else. And so like I said, I don't know how accurate how many people the individual property owner has polled, what documentation he has. He has submitted me surveys he's received, like surveys of properties to confirm that they would comply with SFR 2. He's provided me an Excel that said, lot number, that they're in favor of SFR 2. However, I don't have like something in writing that actually says that they said yes. So, and I mean, once again, we can move forward, conduct a neighborhood meeting. It's just, once again, that staff time, that's mailings and all that stuff that is on the village's dime compared to where this would be an applicant paid in any other case. I will mention that based off of our review, all of phase 1 would be compliant. To our knowledge, all of phase 1 would be compliant with SFR 2.
So, all right, so half of Weddington Chase would be SFR 2 and half would be SFR 3, correct?
That was the original proposal, yes.
Okay, so the claim that changing it from SFR 3 would, okay, so this person's claim is that it could reduce property values because other developments coming in adjacent to could follow suit with SFR 3, and this would help alleviate that by going SFR 2. But on that same token, only half of the neighborhood would be SFR 2. The other half would be SFR 3. So what would change that way of thinking if half the neighborhood is SFR 3 anyway? So why wouldn't you have the same thought process if you were a developer going in adjacent to, you've already got SFR 3 there? What's the difference at this point, really? I mean, so is it really worth the time, the effort, and the aggravation and the money to just change one single number when it doesn't really change the situation because it's already half of it is SFR 3? And that part of the neighborhood does not comply with SFR 2 zoning.
I can't say that for certain. I've looked at some of the properties in SFR 2, that are in phase 2. Phase 2 is platted with a little bit smaller setbacks as well as maybe lot size. I can't recall off the top of my head, but I can't say for certain if all of phase 2 would be compliant with SFR 2 or not. I feel confident that at least 90 to 95% of them would, but once again, without having individual property surveys and making sure that where the structure's at and meets this minimum setback requirements, I can't say for certain. But to your point too, is that claim of a potential future development, that's not how that works. One, the surrounding land's in currently unincorporated Union County.
Which is
so once again, that is a county decision, not ours, unless they annex, which when they annex, you guys give it a zoning designation that is closely related to what it is currently zoned with Union County. In instance, if a developer could request that it be zoned SFR 3, then you guys can then either deny the annexation petition and let it go to the county, or potentially still annex and once again, still zone it rural residential, or SFR 1. And once again, even if it's an annex in that, then the potential developer would have to come through the rezoning process in the future.
So it wouldn't likely be nearly that dense no matter what, because I haven't really seen, I mean, we wouldn't make it that dense, and the county zoning is R40, as it stands. They have been known to do some going down to R20 in some areas. We've seen it, but that's still you know.
Yeah, I think given the fact that any of those adjacent properties within Union County that would be developable are R40, our intention from a Marvin perspective has always been to, try to keep it at least 1 acre zoning, other than some specially designated district. And that being the case, I don't see, the risk or, quite frankly, all the work that's gone into this is really giving any fruit for anything. Because if a developer purchases that property under Union County, he's doing it under the assumption it's going to be 1 home per acre. So if he then comes to us for a subsequent change to that, to annex in, like you said, part of the reason we went to the MDO is because we're now more able to control, these decisions through how we do the rezonings. So yeah, it's incumbent upon this council and future councils to, and the residents who vote for those people to vote for the type of zoning that they want. But I think, if we rezone it now, then are we going to have other people that aren't going to fit the couple that are SR3 and now they're the only SFR3s in the whole neighborhood of Weddington Chase? I don't see it, quite frankly. I've seen concerns that could affect their home values. I don't see it having any effect on people's home values.
No, 'cause
These
I
are
mean, it's-
already developed
These are
subdivisions.
developed in all all the SFR zoning districts are single family only, meaning that no other uses. And on top of like with these being developed, one, most of these neighborhoods have CCNRs in place and all these lots were looked at to make sure that they couldn't be subdivided any further, even though because yes, there's a few lots out there that may be close to 1 acre, but they're zoned SFR3. But once again, it's based off the lot dimensions, where the house is placed and so on. And so in theory, even if they have that, they couldn't be subdivided unless they knocked their house down or something, but then your HOA comes into play. So there's a lot of other protecting factors where that's not going to happen.
And the original request for this came, from one resident that just wanted his lot changed
Yeah.
amidst,
And-
everything else within a neighborhood. And, we had concerns about that and wanted to, kind of look at it more holistically if it made sense. And I just don't see where, doing it at this point where there's still going to be exceptions and different spots really makes any sense to change it at all.
Okay. So any other comments or questions from council? So at this time, just leave it at don't proceed any further with sending out notices or anything. And, once again, if they want to get together and do a joint application or something along those lines, they obviously more than welcome to do so. All right. That is all I have, unless you guys have any specific questions on anything. All right. Thank you.
Next up.
No, we're going to get through,
His presentation.
yeah, we're going to get through consent and then we're going to move Rob up so he can leave.
October 25th, trick or treat, 5 to 7, Marvin Eford Park. That'll be followed by a movie. We're still, Yeah, Friday, October 25th. We're still accepting vendors. I think we have about 10 signed up so far, looking to get that number up to about 20, 25. Following that, the whole month of November be the friendship tree. You'll be able to come in, grab a tag off the tree here in the lobby of Village Hall. Be able to support a family in Union County this holiday season. So please come in and follow the directions on the direction sheet, just to make sure all the kids are accounted for
When are we going to start advertising for that?
this month or October.
Middle of October?
Yeah.
Beginning of October? Okay.
Tree lighting December 7th. That'll be from 5 to 7 at the barn at Marvin Eford Park. So come out. I hear Santa Claus will be there. So, and then following that, right at the beginning of the new year, we'll be looking for, we have a soft date right now of January 24th for another wintertime stargazing event with our volunteer from NASA, Dr. Abbas. So we're still sorting out some details, but be on the lookout for that if you are interested. So.
The 24th? Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to try to do that. But I couldn't make the last one. at the last minute.
Okay. All right, that's all I got. Everybody good?
Coffee with council debrief.
I'll get. Jamie and I were hosting the Coffee with Council last Tuesday. We had 3 different residents come in. One resident from the preserve came in. His biggest concern was seeing something in our upcoming agenda in regards to the potential sale of property that was mentioned in a draft agreement. That came from a developer. So we made sure to have him understand that that's not something that has even been in front of council. I think we addressed it after the closed session that we're not intending on doing anything as far as selling any village-owned property at this time. But that was his initial and main concern. There was a resident from Marvin Estates that came in. They're kind of unique within Marvin in that their roads are all private, and they had some questions in regards to whether or not they may be permitted to add gates there. They have some concerns about a lot of traffic that kind of cuts through their neighborhood from Joe Carr Road, because they would prefer to take lefts out of Pacer or Saddle. So what Jamie and I shared with them is that the fact that they're currently private roads probably gives them a little bit more leeway in that process, because state DOT, if they were state roads, would require 100%, which getting 100% is difficult to get on anything. So they're going to reach out. We did say that you may want to reach out to state DOT just to understand ingress and egress, rules for coming off state roads onto a private gated road. So there may be some requirements. So we coached them to at least reach out to the state. And then finally, there was another resident there that brought up some concerns about what's allowable in terms of parking in cul-de-sacs in neighborhoods. I believe that's something that we have a little bit later on the agenda. But they just wanted to express some of their concerns about some of the challenges parking in cul-de-sacs on public streets, of course, can cause. Jamie, anything you'd like
Just to let you know that I did follow back up with each one of those. I had a conversation with Hunter about Marvin Estates. I did follow back up with the other person, because there were actually 2 things with him. One was noise ordinance, which I followed back up with, and then the sale of the land, which we've addressed. The only other thing I'll say about with Coffee with Council is we do this for a reason, and we want everyone's feedback. We want everyone to come in, and if they have grievances, if they have issues and concerns and whatever the case may be, to come in, and that's a place for people to share those. And we certainly, I believe that, because I'm not in every Coffee with Council and I'm not at every staff meeting, but I do know that we allow for people to come in to air their grievances, their concerns, their issues, and their frustrations. We get that, and we allow for that. But I would just ask, when you do come in, that coming in to berate staff and council, to chastise them and to throw personal attacks at staff and council, specifically staff. Staff takes direction from council, and they do what we direct them to do, and they charge forward with doing that. And even when you come in with Coffee with Council, we're there to take care of your issues. Again, I follow back up with each person that came with Coffee with Council, and I believe I resolved or gave them good direction. But I would just ask that when you do come in with Coffee with Council, whether it's Coffee with Council, Town Hall, whatever the case may be, we'll allow for the grievance. But chastising, throwing personal attacks and barbs and just denigrating staff and council is probably, I think there's a different place for that. Share that on social media as you want. But, you know, because you got to remember too, when we were in that meeting, there's 3 people in that meeting. Each one of them have a specific issue. And one person talked completely over the other people, did not allow us to answer those calls. So you have to remember, whether it's a town hall or Crawfordwood Council, respect the other people's issues and concerns that come in to want to get theirs addressed. And then, you know, just moving on from that, I just wanted to, you know, take the point to do that, because I think I do believe, and I do know that there are unwarranted attacks toward staff especially, and then toward council members as well. So.
Yeah, I concur, Jamie. I'm glad you did bring that up. I plan to bring it up as well myself, and have been discussing it with Christina, how we might address that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, guys. Consent agenda. In motion.
Let's say that
Sorry.
again.
Wait, you do need to take something off the consent agenda. You have a call for public hearing that you want to remove.
We need to remove yes, number 4. Consider call for public hearing on October 8th at 6 PM at Village Hall for discussion and consideration to adopt an ordinance to rezone the 2.005 acres located at 9904 Newtown Road from single-family residential 1 SFR 1 to the Marvin Heritage District commercial only. So we're removing that.
That's being removed, so you will need a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? Hearing none, passes. And finally, we're going right into,
Unfinished business, and we're gonna
change.
do number
the-
7.
Yeah, we're gonna move right to 7, is discuss and consider adoption of resolution accepting fee in lieu for a portion of heritage at Marvin Greenway.
Okay, so if council, over the last couple of months, this has been on the agenda regarding the fee in lieu request for the Heritage of Marvin that the developer has submitted to not construct basically the portion of trail that runs along Meadowlark as part of their approved plans. Per the last meeting, the council directed staff to make sure that the paved portion that is being done along the frontage of Newtown does tie back into the development. It does. I think I included that in your packets. If not, I can pull up a example of that, as well as you did have questions regarding on why this was being requested. And that's why Rob is here to answer that. So I'm going to turn it over to Rob and let him kind of, ask either Rob or myself any questions regarding this request.
Good morning. Hello. For those who I think I've met, well, I have met all of you. I'm Rob Kreischer with Jones Homes. I'll answer any of the questions for the proposed fee in lieu of, but I thought you guys would want to know very quickly how Heritage is going, where we are, and when you'll see the first residents in there. We roughly 6 weeks ago did a mass grading on the site. If you notice on the site plan, when you come in, there are 34 lots to the right, 34 lots to the left. After we mass graded the site, we have had our general contractor focusing entirely on the right side of the property because we opened sales for those 34 lots roughly a month ago. We have 4 left to tell you how successful it has been. For the first time that any of us can remember, including the folks in Orlando, we had a line starting at 6:30 a.m. the day we opened sales, a long line. So I think that's kudos to you as a council and to the Village of Marvin, and the people want to be here. What you will see next from us is, based on what I'm told, that we will be getting our permit to begin sewer installation. Weather permitting, that will begin this quarter, by the end of the year. I say weather permitting because we start fighting the weather somewhere around Thanksgiving to St. Patrick's Day. We received our driveway permit, so we will have a pre-construction before long to go ahead and begin the road improvements out in the front. Let's see here. You will hope is never a good plan, but hopefully you will see us begin building homes in October, with the first residents moving in April. So we will open up the left side for the next 34 lots, which we have had a lot of requests for, but we just didn't want to open them up and sell hodgepodge. I would assume that's going to happen in the next 60 days. So, and one of the 4 lots that's left, I'm told we're just waiting on a deposit, so that really will give us 3 lots left on the right side, which is 34. What we're proposing is, as you come into the development on the right side, we are going to build that entire path there. It's a hard surface path. To the left, we're proposing a fee in lieu of. And there are a number of reasons that I'd be happy to go into. I can give you my opinion on it, what to do, what not to do. I think in the long term, it gives the village a lot of latitude to be able to eliminate. And by the way, from our standpoint, if we eliminate that path on the left, we have not made any representations to any of the owners that there will be a path there. So it's not a legal issue for us internally. But to do a fee in lieu, I think it gives you guys a lot more latitude to, if you decide based on input from residents not to build it, you still have the fee to allocate that money to other parts of paths or trails, whatever you want to do with it. I try to meet with the people on Meadowlark monthly with the HOA, as well as a couple of the committee members. They've been wonderfully engaging to us. I think they would be very happy to see that trail eliminated. And it's kind of the trail to nowhere. It goes to the back cul-de-sac. So I'll answer any questions you have on any of that.
So Rob, you said when you come in on Banks Road to the right.
When you come in
so-
Newtown,
Yep, from Newtown.
Yeah.
So lot 51 over to lot, let's just say number
Correct.
1 or 40 really. You're going to do the hard surface there.
that's correct.
Now from Banks Road to the left, you're going to do the hard surface to the sewer easement or to the, not sewer easement, to the utility easement?
That is actually a sidewalk. This right here is a sidewalk that connects with the interior street sidewalk.
Okay, that's a sidewalk, but I'm talking about on the front there. You're going to do a hard surface there.
Correct. Yes.
Yes,
So the fee in lieu of begins,
at the yellow.
yes.
Right, but you're going to do hard surface from Banks Road
Isn't
to,
it a hard surface? Yes, that's correct.
okay. And then what about going up to the roundabout?
So that's just a stub. This parcel right here is the village's property, or the dedicated for future park use or parkland, that the village will own. It was recommended not necessarily to build the path in that area to the roundabout until we really figure out the plans of how we're going to utilize that site. But I mean, that's something that can be discussed.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just trying to,
With the fee in lieu, say we choose not to do anything, what are our limitations on where we could spend that money? Because I know in the
has to be
past,
on a trail.
it has to be on any trail, could be in any trail. I thought it had a certain area that we
I don't
couldn't
think
go
so.
beyond.
I don't know.
I don't think so.
Correct.
I know Hunter.
That's what I was asking.
The fee in lieu, it's up to council discretion. It has to be, the way it has to be specifically used for greenways and trails.
But does it have to be within a certain mile radius? I think
No.
is what Joe's asking.
So based on your comment of Meadowlark saying that they choose
I
that.
think you would have a bunch of happy residents if you eliminated that
Okay.
trail.
So I think that factors in as well, and you've had communications with them.
Very good. And they've been wonderful, honestly. They've been very open and we have a great dialogue with them.
One question I have is you mentioned that that potential portion of the trail has not been disclosed to your prospective buyers and so forth. I'm wondering if that's also the case for the area that's been dedicated to the village, because I think what we also don't want to run into is, let's say that we want to actually develop it. It makes sense at some point in the future for us to develop that easement that we have there, right? We don't want your residents that are there in the future to say, we didn't know that could ever happen, right? Or the same thing with the development of the little piece of park. So I would caution you, that while you may not want to say this is definitely going to be there one way or the other, I would say that we would want you to make sure that they are aware of the potential of what can be there, because otherwise it runs into problems later. It just.
So what we
kinda kicks
do
it down.
on all of our developments, when we have a site plan that we give to potential buyers, it shows all easements. That's the one thing that we do with.
Okay, so they
Now, if it
are
was
at
in a-
least
if-
seeing those
Right.
recorded
So they'll
easements.
see easements. For instance, also if we were going to have an amenity, that's on the site plan as well.
Okay.
I have two questions. Rob, how many homes did you say you have contracts on right now?
That we have under contract now. Well, assuming the deposit came in last night, 31 of the 34 that we've opened up. And Bob, remember, we got two models in the design center included in that.
Okay.
That were built.
Second question I have, and this is for also Hunter. As you've seen, Union County has been pretty aggressive in clearing all of their lines. They've been really throughout Marvin, making swaths and paths that almost look like they're about 40 feet wide. And I know I'm affected. My home's personally affected, neighbors are affected. I mean, we're just seeing this huge width. Well, they went obviously in front of along Newtown Road and took out the same thing where that line is running down Newtown Road. So like what was supposedly trees and going to be hidden is not so hidden anymore. Any thoughts of how to address that?
So they reached out to me even prior to this, to Union Power coming out and doing that. They've already amended their landscape plan to include additional trees planted kind of in this area along the back of these lots to meet that, the opaqueness, because that 100-foot buffer was supposed to be a no-cut buffer. They had no control over Union Power maintaining their easements. On top of, I think they're replacing the line or something because
They're adding an additional pole.
Yeah, because it drops.
They made that.
With that being said, I met out with Ben Crowder, who is the on-site, or I guess the construction development manager for on the property. We went through, walked it, came up with a plan. They actually just submitted me on Tuesday the updated landscaping plan to kind of mitigate what was being either cut down or trimmed up within that power easement. So that was already been addressed, and that will be mitigated through additional plantings.
And to further that, once we found out, they asked us, Union Power asked us for an easement. There's an implied easement for utilities there anyway. So once we found out, because we were concerned what it was going to do to the trail, number one, and more importantly, the tree canopy that we had promised to the residents there. So that's when we called Hunter out. We had Union Power, us, Hunter there, looked at what was going to be cut. There's going to add an additional pole in there. And then Hunter said, here's what I want for additional landscaping. That's what we submitted to. And we do too, because that's what we promised that.
So, yeah, so the plan is like I said, to actually do some, instead of having additional plantings up here, I mean, because this swath of trees are still there, putting them here, because I think it would be a joint benefit for the new residents of the neighborhood to have some screening from the road and adjoining properties, as well as still meet the opaqueness of the surrounding properties into the development.
And it'll actually look better for the residents, because right now, let's say they had not cut any trees, when the leaves fall, they can see Newtown. We're going to put arborvitae, am I saying that correct, in there, which is, it stays green the whole year round. And
Also, this doesn't involve us, but, and maybe to anybody else on the council, what is Newtown Road going all the way to 521? Is that a widening that is occurring over there? Is this what's come to fruition you brought up years ago?
I think it is, for is part of that, but I don't know the details.
Well, we are, yeah, you can, Hunter, you can go into that, but what our driveway
Utilities
permit
or
is.
widening of the
But we're,
road?
yeah, we're doing it right. I mean, we have gotten an easement from gentlemen. If you're looking at, if you're coming into the community on the left, and work with the NCDOT to get our widening.
Regarding in South Carolina, I'm not 100% sure. I think they're widening at the light,
Oh, yeah, oh, the
Yeah,
whole wide.
but I don't know how far the widening goes.
I mean, it's going all the way to where the church is, Pleasant Valley Church,
Okay.
and where Tractor Supply is, but I was thinking is that, it looks like
So-
we're safe in terms of coming any more widening toward.
Yeah, I don't know. Call South Carolina DOT. Ask them what's going on. I think that would be really good information if we can find that out.
I will.
That'd be great. Fee and lieu money, what do we want to do? Let's get back to the agenda item.
I say we take the fee and lieu money and use it for something that might be more useful to the public than a trail to nowhere, as you
what it
stated,
is.
because it really isn't enhancing the development any.
Okay, does
necessarily.
anybody not want to take the fee and lieu money?
I just have one stipulation, make it crystal clear to the neighbors behind it, that, you know, when they come to us years down the road and want to put in a pathway. Should that be on the village? We have an opportunity to do that now to that neighborhood, but they clearly said they don't want it.
Well,
Things change.
the path does not connect to Meadowlark. Their original proposal during their rezoning did. That was some of the concerns that were raised, but from adjoining property owners. So basically the fix was to wrap it in. And even the intent was then to also kind of screen some additional in this area to avoid people walking off the path.
Or
But
through their yard.
yeah, or through the yard. So it doesn't have any direct connection to Meadowlark.
And how soon would we receive those funds, if we approve it?
As quick as you send me an invoice.
Okay.
Jill said it's in the mail.
All right, so any other questions for Rob? Guess we're ready to take a vote. Someone make a motion?
I think there's a resolution. Yeah.
I'll make a motion to adopt a resolution accepting the fee in lieu in the amount of $28,000 from Jones Homes for the purpose of the Greenway Trail construction.
Further discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
Against? Hearing none?
Aye.
You're against?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, and it is not morning anymore.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to make a motion to recess to grab lunch and then we'll do a working lunch. Yes?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
So- All's in
I was
favor?
against.
All's in favor?
Mhm.
Aye.
Motion passes.
I want them to build it. I don't want us to be in charge of it because at some point we're going to get in trouble for it. I just don't want to deal with that.
Make sure you have turned them off on before speaking.
All right.
Or David, he's up first. I was gonna tell him, remember the rules.
We're starting with one, right? Okay, we're back in session. He's got this one? True quote?
Okay, so you all had asked at some point to get a quote for the stormwater infrastructure inventory from AMT. We explored this, I don't know, maybe a year ago. You all had decided not to do it at the time because it was, $30,000 contract just to kind of understand what's underground on DOT roads and our roads. Typically, how we've been addressing these problems is we just address the problems as they come up. We don't really know what's underground, what condition it's in, what age it's in, if there's any blockages. We just kind of deal with the problems as they arise, and then we investigate from there. So this is a more proactive measure. If you guys are interested in doing an inventory on what's underground, as we're taking over more DOT roads, that is something that we will encompass in the takeover of those roads. So I think you all had asked for this, with that in mind, knowing that you're taking over that responsibility of storm drainage as well. So the quote is approximately $30,000. And that's what you see in front of you.
Well, I think it would, could possibly save us that amount of money in the future by having an understanding of what we're getting into from a maintenance standpoint. I see Davey nodding his head. I feel like that the more you know ahead of time, the better decisions you can make that can certainly offset the expenditure to
Yeah, and
figure it out.
I don't particularly know what we would do proactively with the information other than planning for, the major catastrophes that we have identified. But it's there. It's not going to change, in my opinion, it's not going to change anything from DOT, knowing that there might be some issues. I mean, we can always try if they've got issues identified on some of their roads, but I don't know how much that would help. But if you guys want us to move forward, we're more than glad to do so and see what's, what they identify.
Any comments? I know we're all busy eating, but, or,
Well, I mean, I gave my 2 cents.
But we might not be able to say anything, but we'll know what we're getting into.
Yeah.
And we said, if we take this section, that we might take, but it's gonna cost us this much
Mhm.
to correct this. We'll know.
That's right. And I don't know where Cancel is in terms of eventually at some point getting into a stormwater program. We have barely scratched the surface on that in some of our retreats. This would kind of give us an impetus of some understanding of where we would go from there if y'all decided to go down that route. Not saying you are, just saying it would be a good foundation.
where would these funds come from?
We would pull for the $30,000 to do the survey. We would pull it from Powell bill.
I'm sorry.
Powell bill.
I don't see an issue with it myself, but anyone else wants to pipe in?
I
Wide
think it's good, just to help give us a roadmap, like was mentioned, and, will be instructive on, things that we actually want to take on potentially. So I would agree with it.
I have a question, and I don't know whether to recuse myself from this or not. As you know, prior to my purchasing the property that I have, I've got stormwater from Innisbrook that comes right directly onto my property. I'm just anyway. So, my property gets flooded, but we've diverted it with, riprap and stuff, try to direct it out onto Heritage Oak Lane. A lot of water, it's so intense now that spills out onto Heritage Oak Lane. So what I'm gonna ask is, would this be part of that study?
Anything that's underground would be part of, anything underground under our roads and or DOT roads would be part of the study, yes. he didn't give us a specific street by street, but I assume that they would take the exact same streets that are reviewed in the PCS survey and look underground there.
And yours is all above ground.
No, it's under.
Is it?
No, what the pipe is a 30-inch pipe.
Oh,
that's
you're
going
talk- oh, yeah.
from Innisbrook Stormwater.
Right.
And I don't know why in the world they did that back in 2001 or something of that nature, but anyway.
I would assume that the main DOT thoroughfare would be in there for sure. No.
All right.
Any other questions?
Do this or what? We're like, oh.
I'd like to make a motion to waive the two quote requirement and to enter a contract with AMT Engineering for the asset inventory and condition assessment survey in the amount not to exceed $29,900 and allow manager to execute the contract pending attorney review.
Further discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
Against? Hearing none, passes unanimous. Next up, discuss remaining ARPA funds and projects for possible allocation.
Okay, so I've come before you quite a few times to kind of talk about the remaining ARPA dollars, just because of that looming 12/31 deadline. It's technically a deadline to have our remaining funds completely allocated and encumbered in an official manner, which includes a purchase order or contract. It can't just be council telling me to spend it on this, but we actually have to be under contractual agreement. So what I try to do, because I really want us to hit this deadline and not be obligated to return any funds to the feds, is look for big ticket items that I could recommend to you that you could spend it on so we can kind of just be done with it and get it off our books. So in your packet, you saw that we started this fiscal year with just under 185,000 left in ARPA dollars. We've already allocated about 60 something thousand of that to be spent, which left us with $120,000, just over that left to be spent. So I have identified with department heads some items that we could potentially spend some or all of it on. That was the possible uses for remaining ARPA funds that was in your agenda item. So I will say that a couple things. Some of the things on here you may not 100% be familiar with because they have not been presented to you yet. They are in your packet, but Davey goes after me in this agenda, so he will elaborate more. But we can always bring him up to answer any questions. Also, you'll notice that on here, you'll see stormwater asset inventory for $29,100. That is the contract that you all just approved. And as Christina said, we absolutely can spend Powell bill dollars on it. But we also put it here because we could also use ARPA to pay for that and save Powell bill dollars for other street-related items. Also want to just, based on previous action that you just took in your agenda, you'll see Belgrove Stormwater for 18,000 amount being verified. We can take that off the table because that is the HOA Claridge Court issue that you all, based on the conversation you all just had, I don't feel confident that will be remedied in time for it to be used by ARPA funds for the rest of the year. So this is very fluid, as you can see, kind of ebbs and flows as you all are discussing and making changes, but that does leave 200,000. I do have Marvin Eford Park stormwater actions on here. Davey will be presenting that to you, but that is a price tag for some stormwater things that have to take place at the park based on the results of the study that we recently got back. I did also put the truck on there. That would be the third vehicle for the Public Works fleet. Just to refresh your memory, you all did approve that in the general budget from our CIP. So I already have that 30,000 budgeted through the general fund. But again, I was trying to just find bigger ticket items that we could possibly spend ARPA on instead, which would free up the 30,000 that you've already budgeted when you adopted the budget back in May. Does that make sense? So I really just am looking for you all to discuss based on what you see here. These are projects that we feel confident that we can get completed and or completed maybe 90% by 12/31, but we can meet the 12/31 obligation requirement for ARPA to get this money spent. If you all want to discuss.
May I suggest an additional one and let me know if it's acceptable? We talked earlier about the speed control on certain things and implementing that, but not necessarily having the funds for it. Could we use funds for something like that? I don't believe it's on here.
We could, yes.
'Cause that's a safety issue in my
It's
view.
difficult, only through 12/31
Yeah, but we
and
can only use it
Well-
through 12/31. What if we have like a, yeah, no, okay.
It would be such a low amount by the time y'all approve it in like essentially November. So I don't know that I would recommend it.
it would probably only be a few $1,000s for the rest of,
Oh, I see.
you know what I mean?
Yep.
By 12/31.
That's something that could then handle that.
Mhm.
Instead of saving here.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, like
And-
the 30,000 for the truck, for instance. If you chose to spend ARPA money on it and we buy it before the end of the year, you all could do a budget amendment to reallocate that 30,000 to an expense account to cover officers or whatever you decide.
I kind of like that scenario, actually.
There's also the asphalt paving project that will add ADA spots at the park. That is the biggest ticket item on there. You don't have to allocate 100% of ARPA funds to that 115 price tag. Let's say you all decided you wanted to do the truck, the stormwater, basically everything other than the paving. You could kind of do a combination of these projects and say you're going to allocate 86,000 of ARPA funds to do everything on the list and only what's left would go towards the paving project. Does that make sense? Doesn't have to be all or nothing. We can do a portion paid by ARPA funds.
And the other portion would come from, would be under contract, right?
Yes, the other portion I would probably come back and tell you where I best think it should come from. For instance, some of it could come from the 30,000 that you're no longer spending out of the general fund budget for the truck. Some of it could come from potentially other sources.
How much money do we have to spend?
You have 120,000 to spend and you have $201,000 worth of projects on your list.
Okay, I mean, honestly, like,
Biggest bang for your buck.
just do the top two. I mean, and we were gonna have to find some more money for the truck, but just get the top two things done. That's the most expensive. Don't try to spread it out. Just, I mean, am I missing something on why, like, this is,
No, it's just that we sort of felt that the asphalt paving and the ADA at the park was a want, not necessarily a need. So we just wanted to give you other options that maybe you as a council felt were more needs and less wants to let you decide. But if that's easiest for y'all, we can definitely just do the top two.
Uh,
Or a combination.
So which of these is budgeted already because like the truck you said is already money that's.
The truck is the only thing budgeted at this point, the 30,000.
Okay, so that's the only place that will have money freed up to do some of the other things later. than
Correct, but
that.
some of this does qualify for Powell bill funds. So the stormwater asset inventory and the preserved stormwater, and even the would the 17.5, Christine, of the Marvin Eford Park stormwater be covered under Powell bill? Or
I'm sorry, repeat that.
would the park stormwater fixes also be covered under Powell bill or no, because it's not as, okay. So, but the preserve would. So 30-something, about 35,000 of the stormwater on here, we could pay for out of Powell bill. So you have alternatives there too.
I'll make a recommendation that we do the asphalt paving because that affects a lot of people at the park, handicap, and also the barricades, hinge signs, because that affects people traveling during time. That puts us right at 120.
So the asphalt paving, the truck, and the hinge signs, those three is what you're saying?
No,
Well,
Yeah, you
no,
can't do all three. We've
No,
only
I'm
got a
not doing
buck
all three.
20.
I'm not doing the truck. I'm doing the asphalt paving and.
he's
the-
picking things that add right up to 120, which is what we have left.
I
yeah.
like the asphalt paving and ADA and the truck. These barricades, cones and hinge signs that, I want to talk about that.
Well, I'm just-
later.
It's ARPA. and
Yeah.
it's whose is it?
I have
affect
to,
most?
I have to go with Kim on this one. I think that the paving and the truck.
All
make-
right, let's
Yeah,
start
I
to get a
agree.
conversation going.
That's
All
okay. I agree.
I mean, I'm not saying that we don't have conversations about it, Joe, because I like the idea. I think but we need to discuss it more down the road and get a better plan on that.
All right.
So what
So-
what I might do for simplicity's sake is use ARPA for 100% of the asphalt paving, that's 115, and then just put 5,000 of it towards the truck, leave the other 25 budgeted in the general fund. Does that
Yep.
work for y'all?
Yep.
All righty.
All right.
Does that work for
You need a
you,
motion
Public
for
Works? You're
Hey,
good.
pay attention, man.
You don't need a
All right.
motion. You're good. Thank you.
Perfect.
Thanks, Jill.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Just teasing you, Davey. You know, I'm so mean.
All
Read
right.
our stuff.
I'm still pushing for cherry pickers.
Cherry
We
pickers.
talked about optics.
All right, next up, we have on the list, discussion of coffee with council dates October through December. I need my
Okay.
phone.
Sorry, I get it pulled up on my screen here. First up is Thursday, October 3rd, 10 to 11 a.m. Who wants it?
October 3rd,
Thursday, October 3rd, 10 a.m.
Rosh Hashanah.
There's no school that day.
All right, will. Oh, and when is that? That's in the morning, right?
10 a.m.
Okay, I'll take that.
Oh, and Jamie.
All right.
Next up is Tuesday, October 29th at 6 p.m. Bob has already signed up for that.
Yep.
And Wayne, give me 1 second to get that in here. And Wayne, okay. Next up is Thursday, November 7th. That's in the morning again at 10 a.m.
11th is Veterans Day. I may be away.
Thursday, November 7th, 10 a.m.
Oh. I'll bid on that.
Joe,
I guess I will,
Andy?
yeah.
All right, Andy.
You're gonna send reminders, correct?
Tuesday, November 26th is Council with Kids. You all are supposed to be here. Please let us know if not. Please let us know if you want anything specific for that event. Otherwise, we're going to do what we usually do and just get selection of like cookies and juices and drinks from Publix to have for kids.
What time is that again?
The Kids with Council is 6 p.m.
Okay, got it.
Lastly, Thursday, December 5th, 10 a.m.
I'll sign up for that one.
John. And don't make me pick the last one. Wayne. Okay, that's everyone for the rest of the year. You guys will bring this back up in December so you guys can start planning the first quarter of next year. Go ahead and start thinking now if you want to change anything about Coffee with Council for next year. Frequency, everything's still good. Just you need to let me know. So that's all for that item. I'm good on that, Joe.
All right, thank you. Next up, discussion of fall town hall meeting agenda.
Me again. You've got the draft agenda in your packets. This is just one final pass by for you guys. Let us know if you want anything to change. You have the welcome introduction from Joe. You have you said you want a presentation from the Marvin Pregnancy Center. Then we touch on the 30th anniversary and then we start going through departmental updates. and finishing out with general questions. That's we have completed that presentation now. It's well, doing the last final touch-ups on it, but it's hefty. So let us know if you want anything extra on this agenda. Otherwise, we will go ahead and publish this tomorrow. Hearing none.
Okay.
Okay, we will
Good.
publish that tomorrow.
Thank you. Next up, discuss and consider annexation study committee applications.
Me again. Before we get into annexation study committee, I just wanted to let you guys know that I did get an email a few minutes ago from one of our planning board applicants, Jennifer Dolan. She did formally withdraw her application. So you do have one applicant left for planning board. As far as the annexation study committee goes, you guys created this committee a few months ago with 9 seats. You've received 8 applications. I've asked you all to call them before. If you haven't already, please do so. But really looking for direction here. Keep in mind that 9 is still a lot of seats. So you do have the option in the future to change the structure of the committee, how many seats there are and whatnot.
Yeah, just with all of the other activities we have going on right now, including filling out planning board and so forth. I'd like to make a recommendation that we push this annexation study group back about 6 months. Just staff has been overwhelmed with a number of other things. So if it.
I agree with John.
Yeah.
6 months from now would be in March. That will be a very hefty month because you guys will be going into budget season. Is that an appropriate time, or do you want to recommend a very specific time?
I would just bring it back up and put it on the March agenda.
Yeah, put it
and if
on the
we wanna
agenda.
Push it again, we'll push it again.
Do you want March regular or work session?
Work session.
Yeah,
March work
so
session.
if we can notify all the current applicants and, hopefully they'll still have interest, but at that point, we'll also leave a certain amount of time anyway. So if we bring it back up in March, it'll give us some time to see if the current applicants still are interested or develop, more applicants as well.
Okay, sounds good. We'll bring it back up in March.
All right. Thank you. Next up, if consider adoption of an ordinance amending Title 7. What's that? VII. Traffic Code, Chapter 74, Traffic Schedules, Schedule 1, Speed Limits to modify speed limits within the Village of Marvin, North Carolina, as presented.
So moved.
Okay. So school zone.
I mean, we have to adopt it. I mean, DOT is going to change it whether we adopt it or not.
This is just letting you know, you guys, they are reducing the speed limit in front of Marvin Elementary School.
Yep, perfect.
So it's just the school zone. School
That's
periods.
school zone.
Just school.
Yeah.
Yeah. So moved.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. I need to, or my system went out again. I don't know why it keeps popping me out.
You're getting expensive. I charge $75 an hour. I keep saying it.
Next up. oh,
I'll invoice you.
Next up, a discussion of trail standards. Who's got that?
I got it.
Okay.
Um,
Why does it keep?
so you all had
Just glad
asked
we start to go like
a
that.
couple meetings ago to talk about the standards. I think somebody had referenced the trail surface for natural trail to meet our specs manual. And we don't have trail standards in our specs manual. Where the specs would lie would be in the Greenways Master Plan, which is the excerpts of that is in your agenda packet. And then someone referenced also an older version that had a little bit more detail in it. And that's in your agenda packet as well. I don't know why, but that standard that's in the older version did not get transferred over into the new master plan that was adopted in 2020. It's essentially the same. There's just a little bit more detail that's listed in the older standard that tells exact compaction, depth. We're more than glad to make this amendment to the Greenways Master Plan to have that level of detail, if that's what you all are interested in. We would need to get an engineer to look through these standards, make sure they meet some of the needs that we have, and then draw it up in a nice, pretty little plan like that's in existence of the Greenways Master Plan currently that amends that detail just a little bit more.
How
And-
often do we need to update our Greenways Master Plan?
Typically, I mean, it's each municipality is different. Most municipalities have greenway master plans or other master plans that are good for about 10 years. I've seen some as less than 5, but it's not common. I mean, the one that we had prior to this one was, I think, originally approved. Don't quote me on this. I think it was 2008, 2009. Does that sound right?
It's about right.
So that was about 20 years old. So we hadn't updated it before this one. No, I'm sorry, 10 years.
Okay, so I'm just wondering, as we're working on, Jamie said, we're working on a survey, we've got, some things in the works. Would it be advantageous for us to, especially since we need to go back and update the master plan with these specs, because I do think it does need to be updated.
Okay.
I think not having them in there was just an oversight, and they need to be in there. But do we need, and I know it will have been 5 years, but if we start this process of looking and doing a survey, I would like to incorporate that into maybe updating the Greenways master plan. So would that be something to possibly look at?
Having a new greenways master plan?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or at least updating what we have and maybe taking into consideration the survey doing that?
Yeah, I think it would be instructive to get the feedback from the survey that we're going to be sending out. I know in the past, it's been kind of a combination where some of these things were kind of worked on from PRG's standpoint first to make some recommendations,
Which I
especially
still-
around like the,
Which I think makes a lot of sense.
yeah, especially around like, what type of trails, what our requirements are for natural, paved, et cetera. So yeah, I don't see any issue with that. We may want to work, start with the trail standards piece of it, and get PRG working on that. I know they've already got an agenda for this month. They did swear in the 2 new board members, so they are at full capacity now
Good.
on PRG. So, but as early as the next meeting, I think it should be a topic we'll start talking about.
Good. Okay, let's do
If
that.
that has any impacts on the survey you guys are working on, just let me know so we can adjust accordingly.
Yeah, I mean, I think it probably will. So
Okay.
I think we need to have Parks Rec and Greenway kind of start looking at this, looking at our trail standards, looking at the master plan, kind of seeing what their thoughts are, and then take that into consideration as we're working on the survey.
So just so I'm clear, you don't want to do the standard change now, or at least you just want to take it to PRG and let them see.
I would, I mean, I would like to add it to the Greenways master plan because we're going to be building greenways before I think we're going to have a new master plan done. So I think I would like to at least have it updated in there, but I don't know how much it's going to cost to pretty it up and put it in there.
Yeah, I would say that's why I said let's have them start working on that first and thinking about the trail standards piece of it, because then at that point we can decide, based on what we kind of come out with, does it make sense to make those updates now or
Wait, yeah. So I mean, if somebody comes in and wants to build a trail now, we still have standards. They're just not in our master plan.
Well, we have standards that we approved in 2018, 2019, or whatever, the older version, but that was kind of superseded with the newer version. So, I mean, they're there in existence, but it's not something that we follow today because it's not the new revised document. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying let's start with that and in all likelihood, probably adopt that into, the.
But I don't
Here's the
know,
issue,
but,
though.
but I don't know what trails are going to be built between now and
Right, that's
the next
issue.
year.
We want these standards in place. We want to make sure our trails are what we picked.
I know, that's
Well,
what
And
I'm
that's-
saying.
Any
that-
trails I don't know what trails would be done in the next year that we don't do, that we would have the control and authority to pick that.
Well,
Okay.
Based on-
I don't either, but I don't want it to come up and us be like, oh,
Right.
Okay.
Well, and it's also not just the trails that we're developing, but a developer comes
Right,
in
that's
and
my-
he's
that's my thing,
developing
like-
it. They need that guidance as well.
yeah.
So do y'all want me to go ahead and get an engineer to draw up some new standards based on what we see in the original from 20?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think we're probably good if I recall what those original standards were. So, it may be just be kind of reviewing those and then potentially adopting them into the new one.
And then, and it may not be an engineer, it may be an architect, a landscape architect. Do you want, you all had reference having PRG look at this and discuss it? Do you
I
want?
do.
So
I
you
want-
want basically us to give them that same packet, let them talk about it?
And I would like them to, I mean, not just the trail standards, but I'd like them to start going through the current Greenways master plan and see like where they have suggestions to
Okay.
update it.
But we did all of that, having the engineer and the architect and all that, look at all of these standards before. They just weren't transferred. It should be as simple as a text amendment to the master plan. Because all that background stuff was done when we adopted this
I
stuff
agree.
then.
I agree.
So we shouldn't have to spend money on that. We should just be able to do a text amendment to the.
I mean, we'll have to
standards.
get a landscape architect or someone that knows how to put it into the same format. We can't do that. And that's why I'd estimated in your memo.
You just do like an amendment that says, like a footnote that says, see, da-da-da-da-da, and not physically have it in there. And it's just a footnote that they have to go and reference that until we're ready to update the whole plan.
Yeah, as a temporary measure.
I mean, we can, it's just going to be a little sloppy.
I don't
And I
know.
don't know.
As long as we're covered, if we're sloppy until we get the new document done, then that saves us from going through, spending the money and the extra.
Well, if you notice in your
Stuff.
memo, I did say that it was probably only going to be about $1,000 or $2,000. Because I don't think it's going to require an architect to, an engineer to go and purse it. I think it's really going to be a landscape architect that literally adds a layer onto what you're seeing here. They would literally take this little reference here and put more of the detail that's established here.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
All right. Well, if it's that cheap and that simple, then okay. But if it becomes like a more
I'll get a
involved
quote.
process, then I would rather just do that sloppy interim just to get
Okay.
it in there until we get the final.
But just so I'm clear now, because you don't want this to go back to PRG. You want us to just go ahead and do the amendment, the trail standard amendment.
And I
don't think it needs to. does
I don't
it?
think it needs to go to PRG either. It's already been discussed and
It's
approved by
already been through
PRG.
PRG. It would
I want
only
the
be if
whole
we-
plan to go back to PRG.
The whole plan for a longer discussion,
longer
but not,
discussion,
not the
Right.
trail
Not the
standards particularly.
standards.
Okay.
Right. Yes. There we go.
They can talk about the standards in the long-term sense of review, but not the short-term.
Okay. I got that.
That make
Right.
sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
You good?
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Next up, Marvin Ephraim Park Stormwater Study Update. Who's got that?
Good afternoon. As you recall, we had requested that a stormwater study be performed in Marvin Eford Park based on previous discussions about potentially paving the roadways and the parking lots in Marvin Eford Park. The study was completed recently. And good news, the stormwater system that we have in place now, should we ever in the future decide to move forward with paving the roads and the parking lots there, it can adequately support that, any runoff from that, from the pavement. And so based on the field visit from this report, the available information and hydraulic analysis, the study revealed existing pipe culvert system within the Marvin Eford Park can adequately convey an increase in runoff as a result of paving roads, parking lots within the parking limits, based on the assumption that pipes are cleared and sediment and debris are in their original capacity condition. And then it's recommended to stabilize any bare areas that contribute to sediment movement and accumulation in the pipes and check dams. They do recommend regular cleaning of the pipes to provide any runoff control and help mitigate erosion. So it was a pretty straightforward study. The system that's in place now can handle current stormwater runoff from the condition it's in now. and if we were to upgrade it with any kind of paving moving forward. What we have out there currently is the pipes have not been cleaned in quite some time. There is some sediment in the pipes. Now, there's none that are completely filled, but you've got some that are up to about halfway filled pipes. So it's still moving the stormwater out off the roadways and out of the parking lots pretty well. But they do recommend cleaning those pipes out to make sure that you do have the proper stormwater flowing out and through the park as it was originally designed. And then once you do that, then you just want to make sure we can do that in-house, do a maintenance program where we're cleaning those out periodically so that they do not collect sediment like they have in the past.
I think it was one of our last events. I remember walking around with Davey and looking at them, and they're getting really pretty packed up. They're at the point where they definitely need something done. And, and then I think between the future erosion control around it measures, and, us having more people to do our own maintenance on it, I think we'll be in good shape for the future. But, it's been built up, almost probably 10 or 15 years now already.
Yes, sir. I have not been able to go back and find that.
Since I've been here.
Yeah, we haven't, unless it was done in-house, we haven't done anything maintenance wise. Derek may have had some stuff cleaned at some points, but that's about it. So that means that we could go ahead and pave without any issues.
Yes.
Bottom line.
If you decided to move forward with that, it'd be able to handle that runoff.
Well, that's good news.
And how soon do you think you'd be getting, if we wanted to get what's starting to clog up in our view, how soon can we get
that addressed?
As soon as we approve it in the next agenda item.
My next agenda item, I'll provide you information on
All right,
that.
I
But that's
just
a
wanna
great,
know
that's a
how
great
fast-
question.
Where you're at on
Yes,
your
sir.
schedule. Perfect. It's a great lead in.
Absolutely.
Perfect.
And so once we receive that stormwater study back, I've had our engineer met with them on site. We went through the study and then viewed all of the piping and culverts and determined any stormwater issues that we were having in there based on that study. And reached out to our contractor, our vendor that we have already under contract, for storm pipe cleaning. And had them come out and give us a quote based on the already approved contract, the pricing from it. And so, based on that, it was determined that 9 stormwater pipes needed to be cleaned. We do need to replace 2 HDPE double wall plastic pipes that over the years have been crushed from traffic. That I'm not sure, I think it's just a wear and tear over time. They do need to be replaced. And while we were there, we had them look at, the Public Works maintenance shop is on the site, and it's a very nice building. And over the years, there has been some expansions to it. And stormwater running down from the hill, from the barn, has kind of determined its own path over time and is really running into the rear of the building itself, and it has deteriorated the foundation of the soil around the building to the point where we really need to redirect that stormwater. So we had them look at that and quote us to have that work done. But combined, all of the work together would be a total of $17,400, and that would clean out all the pipes. That'd get the system back up as like new, and then remove any potential future issues that we have with our building.
Davey, I got a quick question. So the 2 HDPE pipes, are they going to be replaced with concrete conduit, or are you going to put them back with plastic?
We'll go back with plastic, but they'll be installed at a proper depth.
Okay,
And
so
covered
that-
so that they hold up
And
properly.
are they going to be running under the proposed asphalt at that point?
If we.
Okay, so that'll help bridge as
Correct.
well. Okay.
Yes.
All right, so I'm gonna make a motion. And then if we have more questions, Make a motion to approve the quoted project to include stormwater pipe cleaning, replacement of 2 double-walled HDPE pipes and the installation of drainage system for the Public Works Maintenance Shop not to exceed $17,400 in cost.
Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none? Motion passes.
So then, I guess now the question is how quick can we get it paved?
Can you use ARPA funds for that?
We'll have to find
But that was on the
we'll have to
paving.
find a budget for it.
Asking me where you're gonna pay for the.
No. We'll have to find funds for paving because we don't have funds for that now. We've already spent down the ARPA. We didn't encumber
I thought that
The
was
park.
the.
No,
We
that
just,
was
we're
the
just,
100
we're
that's
using
the-
ARPA money
that-
for
For the
paving.
paving?
That's the
portion?
ADA,
Yeah.
I think. I think
We don't have a
that's,
quote for it, do we? Say again? Oh, sorry, my fault.
but
I
is
didn't
that
think you had a
just
quote.
the
I wasn't in here,
ADA
so I don't know.
portion
No, that's
of
the
it,
whole-
or that's
that's
the whole
the
piece?
thing.
Okay.
Is that quote still
approved it.
good?
Yeah, the same pricing.
Okay.
So if we can get,
So they're
we just
asking where we're
approved the
getting the
money, so-
17,000 and somebody's like, oh, ARPA funds. I'm like, we just spent all the ARPA funds, so we'll pull it from
on
somewhere
this.
else. No, not on this. The 17,000 was
No,
not.
but I mean, the paving, we just approved.
I don't mean to like piggyback, but I just want to make sure that as few times that you need to come back and get approval on the fix of the stormwater, because we do have to get the paving done, right, before the weather gets too cold, and we have a Christmas event at the park. So we're sort of, not only are we up against ARPA, but we're up against the Christmas event. So just keep in mind as you.
Your question was how we're paying for the stormwater study, right?
No, I,
Stormwater
Yours.
fix.
Yeah.
The $17,400 we just approved.
yeah.
But you said that in ARPA already.
No, I just messaged Davey and said, I'm gonna crunch the numbers. I'll probably recommend a unassigned fund balance budget amendment for that and,
Okay.
and move it over.
My question was how quick can we get it done? Because
Right, that's what I
we
was gonna talk
have
about.
these parameters that we're dealing with that it's gonna have to be like,
Well, let's get it done before
Chop,
December
chop.
7th.
okay, because I mean, to get it all clean, the pipes replaced and then get asphalt in there, it's gonna be a struggle to get it all done before Christmas event, probably.
Well, and I, just to clarify, I don't need the paving to be done by 12/31 as long as we have a signed executed contract.
Right.
I would like it to be done because then if we don't get it done before the end of the year, we got to wait for spring. So
spring,
we're
yeah.
looking at March, April. That's a little out of my comfort zone, but
Does it make sense to prioritize the piece of just replacing those plastic pipes that will be under the pavement? Or is the rest of the work on the stormwater, would that be affected by the paving as well?
No, I believe we can go ahead and get the work done for the cleaning of the stormwater pipes and installation, all of that done in just a matter of a couple of weeks. Now, in the meantime, we can go ahead and line up the schedule and get on the schedule of the asphalt company, the vendor that we have under contract. Let's see if we can get it in before the end of the paving season, which is usually around mid-November.
All right.
Okay.
Good job.
Good. Thank you, guys.
You're done.
Next up, discussion of purchasing Hinge Road signs.
Okay, so this is a kind of another segue moment because we're experiencing a hurricane that's coming upon us now. So this was I brought this information to you based on previous discussions from previous inclement weather instances where roads are being shut down by the county and there's no warning of that taking place. And so staff reached out and started researching, see what we could find any alternatives or options for that. One of the options that we found was a potential hinged road sign, if you will. You don't see them that often, but the DOT does use them from time to time where they fold in the middle. You would install them on a permanent post and then just leave them folded until such time you would need to make that closure of the road or whatever warning that you've come up with for the use of that sign.
So it's going to be a sign on the side. It's not going to be like a barricade. So even with Ed sitting there back in January at Joe Carr. People were still trying to go around him and go through the water. So a sign isn't going to do anything. You need the barricades up.
No,
It-
we're not
it's-
saying that
That's
not
not
put
the-
the barricades. We're
yeah.
putting warning signs at an intersection ahead of the barricades, notifying people that the road is closed
In
ahead.
my instance,
they
I
can turn.
drove almost 2 miles on a road, only to find out that road did not go through because there was no advanced warning and I'm
Nowhere to turn
watching all
around.
these cars turn around. Granted, it wasn't wax off. So as before you get to what floods out on Marvin Road, well before Joe Kerr, I'm thinking a sign saying road
Yeah,
closed
but like,
ahead.
they're not
detour
gonna have to go
onto-
that far. They're gonna go down there, they're gonna see it, and they're gonna turn around, they're gonna go down Joe Carr, and then they're gonna see that that's flooded, and they're gonna have to turn around and go back home because they shouldn't be
So,
out.
but they wouldn't have gone any further if there was a sign
It's,
far enough.
it's a 2 minute inconvenience. It's not even a 2 minutes. It's a minute down the road.
Well, if the bridge is out down there on Marvin Road.
Yep.
And there's no advance warning to get people around. There's way too many people that travel that, and can become a safety hazard of people trying to turn around in the middle of the road that they've gone past. in
They're
a
not
blind
gonna, they're
curve.
not gonna believe the sign though. They're gonna see the sign, they're gonna be like, it's not closed, we're gonna go down there. I don't think they're worth putting up and they're ugly, so.
I thought the reasoning for this too was also, you're not necessarily going to get DOT or Union County out there in the first hours that it really should be closed. And that we didn't want to put our own barriers out there because we can't control people picking them up. I think the signs were kind of a way that our facilities folks could just go out, flip the sign. We'd still be expecting state DOT to do their job and come barricade it. But it was more, so that we weren't necessarily relying on them. And we're also warning people that might not, before the barricades even get there, that there's an issue, and it might cause them to at least slow down and perhaps prevent an accident or something like that. So I thought that was more the intent of it was, to be more responsive, but not have to buy a bunch of our own obstacles and then they go missing.
Well, and I just want to make that distinction, so I'm glad you did, because the last I remember it, and I'm just piggybacking off of what you said, put in addition to the barricades, but we're not putting the barricades out.
No.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, this is additional to the barricades that the sheriff's department deploys in where they close roads.
Now, would we need DOT permission and all of that? And that would all have to be worked through as well.
Yes, that's a good question. There's still moving parts with this plan. If we were to try to move forward with it, DOT, we would have to apply for an encroachment permit. We'd have to determine locations of where the signs would go. Probably contact the property owners and that the signs will be in front of, if it's in front of anyone's home. There's still some challenges to go with it, but if DOT were to approve the encroachment permit to allow us to set the permanent post, then, that's how we would operate. And then in inclement weather events, we would just drop the signs so that it could be readable.
Just
And-
one, sorry.
Go ahead.
Well, one point that I do want y'all to realize and think about is in the event that a storm happens tonight and staff is not there to flip them up, how reliant is the public going to be when, oh, the sign's not posted, so it must not be flooded. So just keep that in mind, is that I don't want to set this kind of false expectation that it's always going to be flipped when there's an issue. So just something to think about.
And that is a good point because Department of Transportation does not reach out to us whenever they close the roadway in an emergency situation. Yes, sir. So, but at 2 a.m., if it does happen and they close the road, if they didn't call us, we wouldn't know until the next morning.
And I don't think we're going to have our guys come out 2 o'clock to flip the sign if DOT's putting the barricades up.
No, but yeah, Joe and I'll run around and take care of it.
I think we saw the cost of the signs themselves is like $85 or something like that. Seemed relatively inexpensive. But do we have an understanding of what the other additional costs would be in terms of, how that pole has to be mounted and things like that? Because
Yeah, I think the signs were $130 plus tax plus shipping. So based on that, no, just the little bit of, you wouldn't even need concrete to put the post in because you would use a standard MUTCD post, U-post, drive it in the ground. Same post that we use for any other signs and that on village-owned roads. So very minimal cost for that. It would just really just be the incurring the cost of the post, which we do have some already in stock, and then whatever the cost of the signs are. Another thing to think about is the language that you would want on the sign, because you know, the roads may be shut down for different purposes, and typically it's flooding. I'm not sure if there's ever been road closures here based on icy conditions. But you know, you'd want to make that language universals for any inclement weather event.
Closed ahead.
Yeah, I think,
Right.
yeah, make it more generic, and then that way people, if they see it, they know something's going on.
Right.
And the yellow sign will jump out.
And one more thing, tamper proof. Yeah. You know, there's gonna be kids out there that just want to flip the sign up for no reason. I mean, you would have to have some sort of. You have to make them where they're lockable, where our authorities can go in there and have a key to open.
So now we need to put
Or a
locks on
special
them?
tool.
I'm just
It might be
saying,
a
I'm
certain
just
type of
looking
ratchet.
at
Right,
how
right.
kids are and.
I personally,
don't
I don't
agree.
think that we need to do this. I think the extra signs, Joe, you always say all the sign pollution. I don't think that's,
I get it.
I just don't think we need this.
It's an idea.
That's fine. That's just me. We can vote on it.
We're gonna get 2 no's out of you today?
Yep.
Are we hearing a consensus or do y'all want to vote?
Oh, no, we're not hearing consensus. That's pretty clear.
And how many sections? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times 2. So we're talking about 10 signs
Yeah,
altogether.
And I listed the locations that whenever we're during a storm, hurricane like we have now, or heavy rain event, we have monitored and noticed flooding in those locations. Now, some of those locations, the one on Marvin School Road may not even be inside the village.
You're not gonna be able to,
Incorporated
you're
limits.
not gonna be able to get it on the far side for
Mecklenburg.
Mecklenburg
We would
County.
only get it on our
Yours.
side, right on Marvin
You
Road.
already noted that one.
So,
And
I
that's
mean,
fine.
there's,
That's on them.
depending on how many locations you would like to see that at, would vary in the cost.
So someone want to make a motion and then we can,
You don't need a motion for this. He just needs to know if you want to buy them.
No, I do not want to buy them.
maybe.
Rent. I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
So
I'm a yes.
There's 3.
is that,
You can take a vote if you feel like it's necessary, but you're not required to.
okay, straw poll. Yes,
Yes.
yes, 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 and yes. Okay, and then no. 2 times today. God, let's go for a trifecta here. All right, so you got direction?
Get it on this one.
All right, thank you.
Maybe, don't go anywhere. You're up again. I'm taking.
This,
Um,
this,
Go ahead.
next up, discussion of parking in cul-de-sacs.
So we've had some conversations about no parking ordinances for an array of cul-de-sacs. It's come up a couple of times in different neighborhoods, and we just wanted to bring it to y'all's attention. Some people have concerns about getting into the ditch line and causing drainage issues or water collection issues. Some people have issues with potential emergency access where, you know, ambulances or fire trucks wouldn't be able to turn in a radius, depending on how big the cul-de-sac is. We've done no parking ordinances before, particularly when, or at least entertained them when there's issues with emergency access. We have an array of cul-de-sacs in Marvin. There's not one in particular area that we see a lot of requests are being made, but it's just been general discussion. So we wanted to bring it to you all to see if you're interested and to see if you want to do it on all cul-de-sacs, just certain subdivisions, like where do we want to go from here?
So So if we just, let's just say we just do a blanket, no parking in cul-de-sacs. So if people have visitors and their driveway's full and they park in the cul-de-sac, they get towed? They get a ticket? What happens?
It would be dependent on what's stated in the ordinance, but it would likely be a fine and potentially, up to a tow as well. But we don't have those mechanisms in place for towing, so it would likely just be a ticket. If we wanted to implement some type of towing, we could do that, but we would have to contract that out and have someone actively going out there and enforcing that. So it would be beneficial to just do a fine.
Yeah.
Most municipalities contract towing anyway. They don't have their own stuff.
Yeah.
Waxaw contracts theirs. Everybody does.
Or they could just not park in the cul-de-sac, get out of the cul-de-sac and park down in front of someone else's house, unfortunately.
Right, so I'm just thinking, just for example, right here behind Village Hall, that cul-de-sac, if we put the no parking in there, then is it literally just in the circle part of the cul-de-sac? Is it
Yes.
the road? So then they're gonna go up the road and they're gonna park on both sides of the road,
Yes.
and then you're not gonna be able to get emergency through the middle of the road.
I mean, I can't answer. that.
I think we're opening up a can of worms that we don't want to deal with. And that's, we always park in cul-de-sacs, and I know that on here it's line of sight. I'm like, what can't you see in a cul-de-sac? Like how, like,
I can tell you that it is a real pain in the butt to try to turn around a cul-de-sac, especially if you're pulling a trailer. And you can't turn around because there's cars parked in the cul-de-sac. It's there to turn around, not to park. And people use it as a parking lot, and it is a real pain in the butt.
well, I mean,
to try to maneuver.
it's a street. I
Right.
mean, so are we gonna just not allow street parking?
Well, what ends up happening is you have people that are tearing up people's yards and
Right.
because you have nowhere other place to go.
Right.
So my recommendation would be to, how many cul-de-sacs do we have?
A lot.
Yeah, right. But it creates an issue for everyone in the cul-de-sac when you you can't get an emergency vehicle.
Right.
And you're tearing up other people's lawns. So if I'm in a cul-de-sac and everybody turning around in my driveway or they're wrecking my lawn, and we have to be, it's a safety issue. So to me, I would say you got to figure it out. Get someone to come pick you up, drop off and have someone else go down the street, because they're talking about just the cul-de-sac part of it. And
I mean, even our
bounce
trash
on it.
trucks. I mean, they have a hard time getting turned around in the cul-de-sacs if people are parked there, and they can't do their job effectively.
They have a hard time turning around the cul-de-sacs, period, even if there's
But
no
it's
cars
even
parked there.
More of a problem when there's a car parked there.
I don't live on a cul-de-sac, but if I did and we enacted this, I would be pissed that you guys are sitting here telling me when I can and can't like park in front of my house.
Yeah.
I would be
Municipalities have ordinances
pissed.
on parking on the streets all the time for different various reasons. They do it for up north for snow removal. You got to park on one side or the other side because they got to be able to get down the street.
Okay, but that's up north. We don't.
Well,
have
I'm just
snow
saying for
removal.
various reasons, and one of them is
Okay.
negotiating a cul-de-sac.
That's fine. I think it is ridiculous if we pass this. If I lived in a cul-de-sac on a Marvin Owen Road, I'd be pissed.
I was gonna say that, I'm with Kim on this one, so you don't get to be the Lone Ranger on this. On Heritage Oak Lane, there's not an issue, never been an issue. Nobody ever parks on the end of the cul-de-sac. A sign would be ugly because there's no signs at all.
Oh, you're talking about
There-
more sign pollution. Joe.
Yeah, you talk about sign pollution, and again, it's never been an issue, so the garbage trucks, the maintenance, the landscape trucks or whatever, there's never been an issue, and I've lived there for 13 years. So to all of a sudden, see, this is the problem with government, we fix problems that haven't started yet. And we gotta stop this, we gotta stop fixing problems and borrowing trouble when it hasn't even happened yet. But my personal opinion is, I'm on there with Kim, doesn't need to be, if there is a particular cul-de-sac that is an issue, that seems to be a problem, let them put a flipping sign there. Do it on an as-is basis.
Yeah, I think one of the things you'd also potentially get into is you have, multi-car families. All these families have kids these days. They get to high school, they're driving age. And, you know, even if you have a 2-3 car garage, people have sometimes 4 or 5 cars all together. So even just stacking in and out of driveways, oftentimes you might see one of them parking just right in front. So is that person going to get a ticket right in front of their house because somebody's got to get out in a half hour? You know, the enforcement of it then becomes quite an issue, and also notification. You know, we're an area where this subdivision's in Marvin, this one's not. So unless we're going to put signs at every cul-de-sac,
Which I think
right?
you're gonna have to.
Are you notifying people properly,
If you
whether or
want to
not?
enforce
that-
it, you're gonna
that-
have to put it at every cul-de-sac.
I just think we just bring too much on ourselves.
I do too. I
We're
think
not
it's-
happy unless we complicate every step we do things. So I'm just saying, if there's a problem with a cul-de-sac,
If there's,
then we just deal with that cul-de-sac.
if there's a problem with people running into if there's a problem of people driving into people's yards or parking in their yards or things like that, then call the police because their personal property is being damaged. Call the police. Like, if,
Well,
One point.
I do want to say there's one component of this though, too, that was brought out at Coffee with Council, and that is the fact of there's the cul-de-sac, which is the paved part. And then there's, you know, people's grass and yards and sprinklers, you know? So yes, there is a concern where if people are parking off of the paved cul-de-sac and, you know, pulling 6 feet into someone's yard and busting their sprinklers and stuff like that. So.
But it's not really though, because, and that's a point of distinction,
Exactly.
because the right of way goes within so
Right.
many feet over. So technically, if I wanted to go park in your cul-de-sac, I could technically park in your yard.
Yes, you
Yeah.
can, because it's our
A-
right of
a-
way.
And we can't, and I guess we have no say over that.
Right.
The only say that we would have as a village is the no parking, but you as a individual property owner, you can't stop me from parking in your yard as long as I'm within the right of way. So I can,
But if they cause issues by doing that, where you have to get it reseeded because it was during a storm or something like that, do you have recourse against the
well,
person that did it?
you shouldn't have sprinklers in the right of way anyway.
well, if I parked in your yard and I messed up your yard, you personally can't do anything to me because it's not your yard, it's the right of way.
Right.
So you would have to come to the village. The village would say, well, do you know who did it? Let's see if we can go after him. And it probably wouldn't do anything.
I mean, I've had damage to my front yard because I maintain right to the edge of the pavement. But I know that there's a right of way and somebody pulls off of there when it's wet and they leave ruts. There's nothing that I can do about it other than fix it because I maintain that part.
Yeah.
I'm not required by law to maintain that part. NCDOT is. And you'll see it all along Waxhaw Marvin Road where there are certain individuals that don't maintain the right of way.
So-
The state does.
We've had a handful of requests, and Hunter's standing right there because he's actually had one as of yesterday or the day before yesterday that's specific he wanted to mention to you. But I don't know if y'all want to take a stance if we just handle them as the complaints come in and just deal with people like, you know, Heritage Oak that doesn't have an issue with just leaving them alone, but we've had requests at Preserve at some point. I don't know if that's kind of subsided, but that's been a conversation. He's got another one.
And one thing I want to add on this conversation is that most of the times too, even though they're public roads, if they have an active HOA, there's certain subdivisions that actually have this listed in their CCNR. So the HOA can then find the individual property owner. If they're, I mean, like, for example, Heritage at Marvin in their CCNRs specifically states no overnight parking or no parking. Like basically the car can't be there for longer than 24 hours. So most of the time it does, even though it is a public road, the HOAs can still enforce that because it's enforcing on the property owners to, you know, if their guests are there, they're not long-term there. So that was, just wanted to mention that. The request I have received is specifically for the cottages at Marvin Gardens. They are experiencing a lot, which is not a cul-de-sac, but they do have a road that is it's a circle, it's Garden Terrace Circle, that I guess they are experiencing a lot of on-street parking. This is one of the age-restricted communities, so they are smaller lots, driveways are closer together, as well as driveways are shorter. So I did mention to the HOA president that I would at least bring it to you guys for conversation. And then if you guys are up to looking at adopting an ordinance for no parking on Garden Terrace, and staff can move forward providing those
Why
documents.
don't they just change their CCRs?
Yeah, That seems like that is easy to fix within the HOA to prohibit on-street parking within their
I
subdivision
mean,
and not involve
let
us.
them deal with their neighborhoods. Like if they're having issues with their, like their neighbors and the people that live there, then why don't they change their CCNRs?
Because I think in some of these instances, and I'm just purely guessing, is you've got some people that are taking advantage of the parking issues that are actually on the HOA boards. And they're going to be like, I'm not doing anything for it. So there's a rub. So then what does the resident do? He can't get his HOA board because the HOA board's against it because it works for them.
Right.
And so that resident is coming to us and going, what can be done? And we're basically now saying, no, you got to figure it out with your neighbor, but your neighbor's not being compliant and your neighbor's on the HOA board, so they're not going to fix it. So sounds like tough luck to you. And again, I don't, there are some of these that fall under the category of just, what do you do? Because they are in a no-win situation either way they turn around.
Run for election.
But that doesn't,
Well, I mean,
That-
if
that
you're,
doesn't-
if you're on the board or you want to run.
No, listen, I get it. I'm just saying, I know has been brought to my attention. That person's in a no-win situation.
This is my suggestion. If a specific neighborhood comes and is asking for no parking on streets, on a particular cul-de-sac, whatever it may be, I would first say, why don't you look at your CCNRs, see if you can change those. If that doesn't work, then I guess that would be part of our traffic calming policy. And they would need to have somebody on the board bring it to the village and do a specific request. I personally am, I don't feel that we need to make a blanket across the board statement about cul-de-sacs, but that's just me. So if you guys want to vote on it or take it case by case, which I think is the best bet, but that's just me.
I mean, I can go with case by case because I understand Bob's point of view. There's never a problem in his cul-de-sac down there. But there are other cul-de-sacs that it is a problem. So if we do handle these things case by case, and then we also have to look, I would much rather the HOA handle it. The HOA is not handling it for one reason or another. And we need to be involved, and I can see doing it case by case, but I'd much rather them handle it within their neighborhoods and be responsible for their neighborhoods and the conduct of their residents.
And the case by case should obviously have some sort of formality where they come before us and we have to
Well,
discuss
it-
it and hear from the
It
neighbors.
should be part of the traffic calming thing. Like, there's like it doesn't just come from like a resident. It needs to
Right.
come from the HOA board to request this, there's a process.
Joe,
I'd like to.
He's gotta go.
motion to be excused.
Yeah, okay.
I
So I'm gonna
did
make,
as well.
oh Jesus, I'm gonna make a motion to excuse John and Jamie at 1:15.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Hold on, unless we're voting on this and you guys were both no's with me. I'm just kidding.
So do we need to take a vote? Is my question?
There's nothing to be voted on.
Okay,
No.
all right.
Do we, are we in
We have
agreement on
consensus
this?
consensus that we do this.
Yeah.
One,
Case by
case.
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
And thank you. And I'd like to, this is something just a little bit out of order and step back to the last conversation we had, maybe to solve Kim's issue is there a chance when we do these signs, these hinge signs, that just hear me out, because you're going to like this, that we go through the encroachment process and have a port. And that port, because we usually get ahead of things that we're going to get a storm coming in. That port, you open up the lid, throw down the sign. There's only 5 places or 4 places, whatever. Those signs are stored in there, and that road closure, and those are lockable. They never get removed. Is that possible to be done where we don't have the visual of every day going by a sign that doesn't say anything from that standpoint? But there's actually a port in the ground that they know where they're at, they're located, you put that port in, once we get the approval from DOT, throw the sign down and we're done.
That's actually a good idea, and we can,
Wow.
and it's,
Good idea, write it down.
it's reasonable. So when we,
Davey, that's the best thing you could have said. Thank you.
we can, when we submit for the encroachment permit, that's what we'll request, and they'll let us know whether that's even an option or not.
This is great.
No, I'm just trying to get us to a place, because I don't like signs either, and I started thinking about that, but in the end, I think there's a way around that we can have the approval for that port, and all we do is.
Like a conduit.
Exactly, and all we're doing, we're 2
And that's
days
why
ahead of
we
it
have a
with this
sign.
storm, we knew this was
Hit
coming.
it.
We throw that sign in, and if we need it, we flip it up and,
We'll ask.
okay,
There you go.
thank you, sorry, but I knew you'd like it.
I don't like it. I like the fact that Davey said.
Ah.
Good idea.
You're my new favorite staff member. All right, next up,
Davey, you should
this
know better than that.
discussion of safe streets and roads for all grant.
That would be me. I don't have a whole lot to report on this because I don't have any of the contract details, but we did receive an award last week of 57,000 for the creation of a comprehensive safety action plan. We do have 20% match on this, so what, $15,000. As soon as I get the contract and more information, I'll bring it back to you all. You can actually approve the grant, accept the money if that's what you want to do at that point in time. But that's really all the details I have at this moment.
I did receive an
Oh.
official response from Dan Bishop. It's with great honor that I write to congratulate the Village of Marvin on its remarkable achievement of receiving a $57,600 grant for development and implementation of the Safe Roads Action Plan. It's a true pleasure to celebrate this milestone with your community. And then he's thanking staff and council on behalf of that. So it's official from Dan Bishop.
Good
So
job.
can we use these funds for the off-duty?
No,
traffic
it's for
enforcement?
it's a comprehensive safety plan. It's not for, it's for plans. It's not, yeah.
Okay.
You wanted me to get this. Look how big that sign is. Postman can't miss that. You can keep that here.
Great job, staff.
That's great stuff.
All right.
Open.
Oh, here we go again.
Did you break it again?
No, not yet.
It's open
Not
time.
yet.
Yeah,
Open
it's-
topics, open
Yeah.
topics. Does anybody have anything
Nope.
to discuss? Okay,
I have one thing, sorry. Sorry, I usually don't do these, but I forgot to do this earlier. We all usually have a community volunteer appreciation dinner event that we usually do around Christmas holiday, December holiday, I should say. I don't know if you guys want to do that again this year. Wanted to bring it up, see if you're interested in it. We've got volunteers that we need to show our appreciation for on boards and committees that we usually try to do a little dinner. If y'all are interested, we need to talk about some dates. If you're not, great. It's up to y'all.
Absolutely think we should show appreciation to our volunteer boards.
Absolutely.
so we just need to talk about dates.
Yep.
You guys,
Is that now?
Yeah. Pick a date.
you guys usually do, I believe it's the second week of December.
We
for
usually do
that?
it on the Thursday, which would be the 12th.
Just
Thursday, December 12th. Let me check our calendars, make sure there's nothing going on that day. That
I'm
day,
good.
day looks clear.
I'm good.
Okay, so let's, what date, what was that date?
Thursday, December 12th, let's say 6 o'clock.
I like it.
Is that fine or too early? What do you guys think?
Is it here?
No,
Last year we did it at Kim's house. I think last 2 years we did. I don't know if
I
you want to
believe you were the first in line for food and that.
That's why I went.
Are we,
I know.
are we doing it there again or back at?
can-
Back
we
at the
can
basement?
No, we can have it at our house.
So, okay, so Thursday, December 12th, 6 PM at Kim's house. Okay.
Contingent upon spousal approval.
contingent upon spousal approval. Duly noted and in the minutes.
We know who the real boss is. Come on. Come on. All right. Any other open topics? Review of action items.
Yeah, true.
Okay, so we've had a lot actually, so let's go back through it. You guys are going to hear more about the Safe Streets for All grant in an upcoming meeting. No action on cul-de-sacs for now. Davey's going to move forward with the hinged road signs. We're going to execute that contract with, well, it's not a contract, actually. We're going to move forward with Union Environmental for the stormwater repair. Moving forward with making that small change to the master plan for trail standards and taking the full plan to PRG for larger updates. Adopted the fee in lieu resolution, so we're moving forward with that. We'll get the ordinance for the speed limits codified and get the necessary form returned to DOT to get that in place. We're not bringing up the annexation committee for another 6 months. We're good on fall town hall. You guys are going to get coffee or get calendar invites from me for coffee with council. Jill has her direction on the remaining ARPA funds. We're going to execute the contract for the asset inventory and condition assessment survey with AMT. And then you have things on the consent agenda. Exempting the engineering for the Marvin Branch Stream Rehabilitation Project. That is mostly it, I think.
Hunter is to look into the Village Hall banner posts.
Oh, yeah.
Sign ordinance.
I do have that on here. We'll get the relief cuts for banners too, and we're gonna get data for law enforcement to determine like where we would want to do targeted speed control, targeted speed enforcement.
Yes.
Anything
Now-
else?
Now I think that's it.
All right. Thank you. Next up with the review of the mayor pro Kim list.
This is my micromanager list. Let's go micromanage.
We gotta rename that.
I'm getting ready
Yeah,
to,
let's call it that.
I'm getting ready to be micromanaged.
Okay, tell me whenever you're ready.
I'm ready.
All right, I guess you can put Hunter and Wayne's towns at Archery Park, maybe not on hold, maybe in progress now. Since we're
Okay.
kind of working on that.
Give me 1 second. That takes a second.
The Marvin Eford Park asphalt project, you can go ahead and do in progress.
Marvin P. Okay, sorry, there it is. In progress.
Yep, you can do stormwater and pavement conditions study. Is that just stormwater? Okay, yeah, so that one's still in progress. You can put on hold the annexation committee. You can put on hold the rezoning of phase 1 of Weddington Chase.
Thought you guys said not to move forward.
Yep, just put it on hold or just get rid of it, I guess.
Okay.
Christina's researching Marvin Trail construction standards. That's still in progress, sort of. Hunter, did you talk to Bjorn about Stacy Howie and Marvin? Assuming maintenance of Stacy Howie Road as it relates to county's intersection list.
It's on the critical intersection list.
Yeah, but if we took over Stacy Howie, does it take it off of the list? I
Oh,
think
that's
was-
where we're, I don't know if you remember by showing you that map where it shows like,
Yeah.
we're waiting
So it's
on
still
them
in
to update.
progress?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I needed to know. You can get rid of the Belgrove drainage.
Get rid of Belgrove drainage. Hold on. Okay.
Jill, have you done the budget amendment for Winmore Bond and final paving? Okay,
So we don't need one there.
so we can complete that.
There's gonna be one big sweeping budget amendment that will officially transfer it out of our into the general fund, and we haven't set.
Okay, so you can close that one out. Christina, you're still waiting on speed limit reduction and installation of no left turn from NCDOT with Stacy Howie?
They've got to do a study, so it's probably going to be a couple months
Okay.
before y'all hear back.
Permanent signage for flooded roadways, we can check that off the list. Christina, did you accept the STRAP grant funds?
I did.
Okay, you can check that off the list. Davey, did you contact the Firethorn HOA about encroachment agreements for additional signage? The Firethorn HOA to
Or do you mind coming up?
I did. I reached out to them. They've submitted for an encroachment permit, and we're in the process of studying that, and we'll be bringing some information back to you.
That's fine.
Very
You can
future
go
meeting.
ahead and complete it because we just wanted him to reach out. That's fine. And then Austin, you can complete the note about Mayor Cognac's passing.
We did that last news.
Yeah, I saw it. That was very nice. Okay, that's it.
All right.
Before y'all dismiss, don't forget to give me your surveys if you haven't already.
Got homework.
No, not homework.
Today
Your
work.
work.
Before you leave work.
This is my home. Andrew, I'll start with you first. Council comment.
Andrew.
I don't know. All I really had to say today, everybody be safe with the impending weather for the next 2 days. Stay off the roads if they're flooded. It's not worth it. That's all I have.
Bob.
Just other than the fact of, as we always do, just to the staff of the Village of Marvin, you guys do a fantastic job. I mean, this village runs on 8 cylinders, and not one thing goes unchecked, especially when we get, responses from the public that are wanting answers. You're right there to be able to give them. So thank you.
Sir.
And staff, especially in the few weeks that they want extra time to make ready. And also for the officers and for my fellow council. And the mayor.
There you go. And the mayor.
Yeah,
Kim,
good idea.
Kim's good. First, like to thank staff for all the work, and especially Davey for complimenting me on my great ideas. No, but in all fairness, sometimes we're going to see disagreement here. And being the many years that I've spent here, having a respectful discourse and disagreement and stuff is what we really need to, kind of back to Jamie's comment about people coming in and stuff. Especially if you're going to come in with a complaint, you better have a solution, because, complaints, there's ways to solve all the disagreements, I'm sure. Yeah, the rain's kind of bumming me out because I'm in my last year at high school band and putting together props, and it looks like we're going to cancel our competition possibly this weekend. So, but the event that was held a week ago, it was one of our biggest fundraisers, I think, to date. The numbers aren't in yet, but we had a big participation from all the county schools. I encourage you to get out to some of the football games and to see these shows. It's a great, it's a rebuilding program with the high school for us, Marvin Ridge, and we're excited about it. So, but that's all I had. And with that, I'll need a motion to adjourn.
So move.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Aye.
Have a good day.